In this lecture, I'm going to walk you through a typical online English lesson from start to finish. You can, of course, change things completely depending on what your student actually wants to learn. Exam preparation, for example, will need a different lesson structure, but what follows is a useful template for those of you starting out, and it works really well for general English lessons. So here goes. In this particular lesson format, I'm going to take you through 9 different lesson stages. I've added in some timings for an hour-long lesson, but if your lessons are shorter or longer than this, then you can adapt these. Stage 1 then, let's begin, is a warmer activity. Its purpose is literally to warm up the learner, like stretching when you go to the gym. So in this stage, you'll get the student speaking English and you're going to begin to activate their language learning brain. And I'd spend certainly no more than 5 minutes on this stage, about 3 to 5 minutes. And it could be just a short chat about the weekend, the weather, or even something that happened during the previous week. With a younger learner, you could play a game like Hangman. You don't need to correct any English or give any feedback at this stage. It's simply to get your student to crank up their English skills. After all, they might not have spoken any English in the previous week. Stage 2 is the lead-in, and its purpose is to generate interest in the topic of the lesson and to get your student thinking about and using language related to that topic. And I'd spend about 3 to 5 minutes on this stage. So here you discuss the topic of the lesson with your student. It's a good idea to have 2 or 3 questions related to the topic already prepared to ask. So let's imagine you're going to teach a lesson called Going to the Doctor. Your questions might be, do you like going to the doctor? And why or why not? When was the last time you went to the doctor? What was wrong with you? And then in stage 3, you can do a listening or a reading activity. You could use a recording from a coursebook CD, a clip from YouTube or Vimeo, a clip from one of the British Council's audio resources, a news article, and so on. The reading or listening text will usually contain the language focus of the lesson today. So using our Going to the Doctor's example once more, it might be a recording of a man in a doctor's office explaining what's wrong with him, and I'd take about 10 to 15 minutes for this stage. First of all, ask your student to predict the content of the reading or listening, and one way of doing this would be to show your student a picture related to the text and ask them to guess what they think the text or the listening will be about. And then secondly, your student can listen to the recording or read the text and check to see if their predictions were correct. Thirdly, your learner can now listen or read again, but this time you're going to give them a more difficult task. Tasks such as comprehension questions are very useful at this point in a lesson. The student feeds back to you at the end of this activity with some answers to some detailed questions. And if it's a listening task, play the audio recording again if your student is struggling. And finally, if you've got time, discuss the text or the listening recording quickly. You could ask such questions as, what do you remember from the recording? What did you like about it? Did you agree with the doctor? And then stage 4, here's where you do some language noticing tasks. This is the stage where your student will be learning new vocabulary and grammatical structures. So again, using my example of going to the doctor, you might want to focus on modal verbs. For example, you should take some medicine. You must get more rest. You have to do more exercise. You ought to take some vitamins. Ideally, you don't want to just give your student the language. Instead, your student could go through the reading text or the transcript of the audio recording and underline the recommendations the doctor gives. Your student could then think up some more phrases and add these to their list of phrases. So activities such as matching sentences, gap fills, and definition matching are also useful at this stage. So spend about 10 minutes on that language noticing stage. Stage 5 is a controlled production task. At this point, it's a good idea to let your student try out this new language. Now, I call this task the controlled stage, controlled production. At this point, you want your student to produce the language, but within a very tight framework to limit the amount of thinking they have to do. so it means that they just get to focus on the new language. Using the going to the doctor scenario, you, acting as the patient, could read out a symptom such as, "I've got a headache," and your student, acting as the doctor, can suggest a remedy for you. If your student needs extra help, put some useful language on an online whiteboard. Include a variety of remedies, like you should take a painkiller, you should take some medicine, you must get some more sleep. You can also swap roles, so now you're the doctor and your student is the patient. Remember, you're focusing your students' attention solely on the language at this point, so you'll want to iron out any mistakes they might have with the language here, and take around 10 minutes for this stage. Stage 6, I would call the pronunciation stage. So your students learn some new language. Now it's time to make sure they can speak it correctly. Of course, if your student is already pronouncing things without any problems, you can skip this stage. But for a lot of students, this stage will be particularly useful. You can drill the language in full sentences. Try to focus your students' attention on things like word and sentence stress and intonation. Use back chaining if this is useful to your student. Again, check out the lecture on pronunciation activities for full details. And spend, I'd say, no more than 5 minutes on this stage, depending on how useful it is for your student. Stage 7 is the pre-production task. This is the main task. This is what your student has been waiting for. This is the point in the lesson where your student is free to use the language learned during the lesson. And this will usually also relate much more to their real life needs outside of the classroom. So, once again, taking the scenario of going to the doctor, I'd start off here with you as the patient and your student as the doctor. So come up with 5 common medical complaints such as, "I've got a bad cough, I need to lose weight," or "I can't sleep at night," and read out your list of ailments to your student, your doctor, and they have to give you some advice using the modal verbs learned during the lesson, correctly pronounced, of course. This is where they put everything they've learned so far together, and then you can again swap roles and repeat the task. Keep on repeating until your student is confident, fluent, and accurate. Take around 10 minutes for this. Ideally longer, but we're running out of time here. In stage 8, you can have a feedback stage. So if you've got time, take a few minutes to reflect upon the lesson with your student and answer any questions your student may have regarding the lesson material. You could also discuss the next lesson and give any homework tasks at this point. A nice way to do this is to ask the learner what they've learned in today's lesson. You might want to go through points in the lesson to remember and chat generally about the topic. This works well as quite an informal chat. And finally, stage 9, a cooler activity. Somebody once told me that the most important thing you can do in a lesson is to send your students out with a smile. This is a chance to just have a little fun at the end of a class. Treat it as a reward for the hard work your students done in the lesson. It could be a simple chat, such as, "What are you going to do after the lesson today?" Or something more fun, such as a little game. I like to play guessing games at the end of a lesson. So think of an object, perhaps one that you've touched on during the lesson. Your student must guess that object by asking yes/no questions, and no more than 20. So there you are, the framework for putting all these different skills together. So stage 1, the warmer. Stage 2, the lead-in. Stage 3, a receptive reading or listening task. Stage 4, some language noticing. Controlled production in stage 5. In stage 6, a pronunciation stage. Free production, the main task, in stage 7. Stage 8, some feedback. And stage 9, a cooler activity. But this framework, it's just a suggestion. You can play around with this kind of structure yourself. This structure works well for me, but please feel free to change things, add things in, take things away, depending on what your student actually needs. I briefly mentioned the IELTS exam in the previous lecture, but it deserves a much bigger mention because I think it's
an area of teaching, a niche, a specialized area of teaching that's ideally suited for online English teachers. So in this video, what I'm going to look at, first of all, is I will give you an overview of the exam. I'm going to explain why I think it's a perfect niche. I'm going to look at where you can find the students, some IELTS teaching tips, and then I'll give you some pointers for how to find out more about the IELTS. So I'll start with an overview of the IELTS test. It stands for IELTS, it stands for International English Language Testing System, and it's a globally recognized English language exam, and it's designed to assess the proficiency in English of people who need to work or study where English is the language of communication. And IELTS scores are recognized for entry into the majority of universities and colleges in lots of different countries, English-speaking countries, including the United Kingdom and Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Canada, and increasingly the United States of America. IELTS scores are also recognized by many professional bodies, immigration authorities, and government agencies. And it's also used all over the world by colleges, companies, organizations as a way of testing and a way of knowing a candidate's English language skills. So, for example, in Thailand, some of the top universities use the IELTS test when admitting students onto courses where the medium of instruction is in English. So it's used all over the world. There are 3 types of IELTS test. The most popular by far is the academic IELTS. It's like 75 to 80% of IELTS candidates take the academic IELTS. This is for students who want to enter an undergraduate or postgraduate course at a university. There's also the general training IELTS, which is suitable for candidates who want to undertake non-academic training or work experience, and also for immigration purposes. And the third type is a new one for the United Kingdom only. It's called IELTS Life Skills, and it's designed for people applying for visas to live in the United Kingdom. Life Skills only tests a candidate's listening and speaking skills. The other 2 test all 4 skills, reading and writing as well. Now, why is IELTS such a good area to specialize in? Well, it's from the student's point of view, the IELTS is a life-changing test. Getting a good score on the IELTS test changes people's lives. It means they can go to universities in, say, for example, in the UK or the USA. They can get jobs. So it changes their lives. But it's a very fine line. The IELTS isn't a pass or fail exam. Instead, you get a score on a band scale from 0 to 9. And scores can be reported in whole numbers or in halves, so you can get a 6.5 or a 7.0 or a 7.5. Students applying for a first degree in an English-speaking university will often need a band score of about 7, an operational command of the language. Sometimes a 6.5, and for more advanced academic or linguistically demanding courses like medicine or law, they might need a 7.5. So the difference between these band scores is very, very important. Just a half band score here or there can mean the difference between pursuing your dream future or not. As I record this, I'm helping a Chinese student who's applied for an engineering course, engineering degree at Oxford University. He needs to get an average of 7.5. He's very close to it, but he needs a little bit of extra help to make sure he gets that band score. If he gets a 7, he can't go on the course at Oxford, and he stays in China, effectively. So in other words, many students will pay good money to help get prepared for the IELTS test. In fact, they already do. It's simply registering for the exam costs over $200. And many students may take expensive prep courses in a classroom full of other students. Now, while these courses can be good, it's very difficult for even the best teachers to give each student in a big classroom the kind of individual feedback they really need in order to do well in the exam, particularly when it comes to writing and speaking, where students need lots of practice and lots of highly personalized feedback. So this is where the online English teacher comes in, why I think IELTS teaching is the perfect niche, not just for the teacher, but for the student as well. The student can get that highly personalized feedback, highly personalized instruction. So in other words, one-to-one online learning is ideal for students, and it's also ideal for you. Why is it ideal for you? Well, it's a perfect niche. It's a specialized service if you teach IELTS. That means you can charge more money for it. But it's also easier to find students for the IELTS. And it's also easier for you to market yourself. There are lots of places on the internet where IELTS students go, and you can go there too. And in a moment, I'll tell you where you can go to find those students. But being in a niche is always good when you're doing online work. Lots of students take the IELTS test. This is another good reason why it's the ideal niche. Over 2 million IELTS tests were taken last year, and that number is growing very quickly, especially in countries like China. As I've said before, IELTS opens up opportunities, huge opportunities for the candidates who take it. So the good score on the IELTS test, if they get the score they need, it can change their lives. So for the student, it's a high value service that you are offering. So again, you can charge more than you would do for, say, general English or conversational English. It's also easier to prepare for you. Preparing an IELTS lesson is a lot more straightforward than preparing a lesson on, say, general English or conversation, because the test narrows down what you need to do in the lessons. The test dictates the content of your lessons. That goes for all test prep lessons. You only actually need to help your student with the things they need to do for the exam. And there are lots of IELTS prep materials available as well, and lots of information about the IELTS that you can find online. A lot of these bookshops you can find in any bookshop in any city around the world. If you go into a bookshop in any city, anywhere in the world, you're probably going to find a shelf creaking full of IELTS test prep materials. It's big business, and it's a big business that you, I think, should be a part of too. Another reason it's a good niche is that students will often have to repeat the test. IELTS scores are usually only valid for 2 years, so students will often have to do the test again. I was recently helping a student who was studying for a PhD in the sciences in the UK, and he was kind of in the middle of his PhD course, and his tutor told him that he needed to take the IELTS test again. If he got the score he needed, he would continue on the PhD course and he would get his doctorate. If he didn't get the IELTS score he needed, he would have to drop out of the course. Also, many students will take the test several times a year in order to get the test score they need. They'll often take the test once, they don't get the score they need, so they take it again. So where can you find IELTS students? One of the secrets to finding students is to find out where your students hang out on the internet. And in the case of the IELTS, there are a few very good places where you can find IELTS students. And they're easier to find than, say, general English because you've got a keyword, IELTS, which you can type in. Facebook groups are a good place to start. There are lots of IELTS Facebook groups. Just type in IELTS in the Facebook search bar and you can find some of those groups. And they often have thousands of members, all needing help, all with lots of questions about the IELTS test. One of my favourite IELTS groups is called IELTS Tips and Tricks. The link for that is in the downloadable resources section for this video. It's really active, well moderated, lots of students post questions. They often post their essays and want feedback on their essays. The admins of the group are always looking for more involvement from IELTS teachers, so you'll be very popular. And there are also links to IELTS prep materials here in this group. So this group is a very good place for you to start if you need practice materials. So I would recommend you join 2 or 3 IELTS groups, not too many, just 2 or 3, and contribute to the group, help people, give free advice, free help, and as soon as people know you're a teacher, then people will start to contact you for help. Now, of course, many people will want free help, so it's important that you make it clear that you're a professional teacher and you expect to be paid. But give lots of free advice as well, because that will help establish you as an expert in the group. This, again, is one reason why it's important to have your own website, your own web page, maybe even a Facebook page. So if people do contact you, you can give them a link so they can find more information about the services that you offer. Quora is another website I love. It's basically a site where people ask questions and people can contribute answers. And the best answers get upvoted, and they're more likely to appear when somebody does a search for a question. Questions on Quora are organized into topics, and there are several topics for IELTS which often have thousands of followers. Here's the main one for IELTS, and there are almost 28,000 followers, 8,000 questions. So you can scroll through the questions, you can answer questions. It's a good idea, a very good idea, to write long, good quality, detailed answers. And you can also, in your answers, include a link. You can include links to resources online and also links to your own web page or a Facebook page if you have it. Again, that's why you should have a place on the internet where people can go to find out more about you. Quora is also great because you get to see the actual questions that real IELTS students have. Okay, so you can see what kind of problems they have. Here's an answer that I recently put on Quora to how to prepare for the IELTS test. So I made it very detailed, nice long answer, lots of links, including links to some of the courses I have on Udemy to help IELTS students. So I gave them lots of tips here on how to prepare for the IELTS test. YouTube is another good place to find students. It's probably a longer term approach than Facebook or Quora, but you can quite easily put up videos on YouTube, and students who need help with the IELTS, who need tips and advice, they often go on YouTube to get some answers to their particular problems and concerns. And again, with YouTube, you can add links in the description to your website and also in the video itself. What I've seen myself, I have my own IELTS channel, IELTS Charlie, is that it's quite easy to get lots of subscriptions to your channel. A lot of IELTS students, they'll go there, they'll subscribe to lots of different channels, so they are likely to see your videos. But the internet is full of other places too. LinkedIn, other social media sites, of course. IELTS forums. This is a popular IELTS forum called the IELTS Network. You can find the link again in the resources section for this video. Another possibility is Chinese social media. This is a website called Duban, and there are lots of IELTS groups on Duban, again with thousands, sometimes over 100,000 members go on there. So if you know a bit of Chinese, or if you know how to get involved in Chinese social media, this is a possibility. This is something I've not myself got involved in so much, but it's a possibility that you might be able to exploit yourself. Just to finish off, here are some IELTS teaching tips. As with all test prep lessons, it's very important to familiarise yourself with the test. Get some practice papers, try out the test for yourself so you can see what it's like for students. Familiarise yourself with the writing and speaking criteria, the marking criteria used by IELTS examiners, and you can get these in the resources section for the video. This tells you exactly what students should be doing to get a particular band score. Ask your student what they need help with. They might have taken the IELTS test before and didn't get the IELTS score they need, so they're going to have to take it again, but they need your help. So find out what scores they got. Ask them what was their weakest score. It's probably writing. And ask your students where they need the most help. Give them lots of feedback, especially on writing and speaking. Give them feedback, especially on things like their grammar, the range of vocabulary they're using. Are they using a variety of different words? What's their pronunciation like? Help them improve their pronunciation. This is 25% of the speaking mark. Give them lots of tips for the test, especially on how to tackle questions in the reading and listening tests. How should they answer the questions? A lot of these tips you can find yourself simply by looking them up on the internet or by trying out the test yourself. Work slowly through some of the questions, especially in reading and the listening tests. Discuss the questions. Discuss how they should answer the question. If your student makes mistakes, then great. If they get the answer wrong, great, because then you can help the student find out why they got the question wrong. There are some excellent course books you can use. Ideally, the students and yourself should have your own copies. These can sometimes be found online, and this is my personal favourite. It's called IELTS Express, published by Heinle Cengage, which is an arm of National Geographic. One thing you could also offer is a writing correction service. This is what I do on my own website. So students email me an IELTS essay, I check it and email it back to them with my comments. You could do the same with speaking. So your student could email you an MP3 of them speaking. You listen to it, you give them feedback, and you send it back to them. So you don't actually need to do the lessons in real time, live, face-to-face. You could do it offline through email as well, especially for writing and speaking. This is finally how to find out more about the IELTS. There is loads of information about the IELTS online. This is the official IELTS website, IELTS.org. The links to all these are in the resources section. The British Council has its own IELTS website. There are loads of IELTS blogs. IELTS Simon is one of my favourite ones. It's not the most beautiful one, but it's got lots of excellent content on there. You can also download my eBook about the IELTS. I've written this for students, but you'll find it useful too. Lots of information about the IELTS, and you can download this, again, from the resources section for this video. So there you are, the IELTS. I could make a whole course on this. It's the area I specialise in, and it's a great area for you to specialise in too. I'm not worried about competition from other teachers. There are millions of students preparing for the test each year, and I've only got time for a few of them, so there are plenty of students to go around. So if you want to get involved in teaching the IELTS, good luck. It's a great area to be in.
Earlier in the course, I talked about the benefits of focusing on teaching to a particular niche, and I made mention then of the advantages of teaching exam preparation. In this lecture, I'm going to describe how to go about doing exam preparation lessons, and I'm going to give you some tips on how to run lessons that prepare students to take these exams. Firstly, though, I'm going to give you an overview of some of the most popular internationally recognised English language exams, starting with the three most widely taken tests: the IELTS, the TOEFL, and the TOEIC examinations. Firstly, the IELTS. IELTS stands for the International English Language Testing System. It's an exam which many students from around the world need when applying for entrance to university in the United Kingdom and Australia, also Ireland, New Zealand, South Africa, and North America. A good IELTS score is essential for entry into one of these universities, so taking the exam is a potentially life-changing event. It's the area that I specialise in, and I'll go into a lot more detail on the IELTS in the next lecture. TOEFL stands for the Test of English as a Foreign Language. It's basically the American version of IELTS. Most US universities use TOEFL, but an increasing number are actually using IELTS now. TOEIC stands for the Test of English for International Communication, and it's an English language test designed specifically to measure the everyday English skills of people working in an international environment. It's very popular in Japan and parts of Southeast Asia. Other important widely recognised examinations administered by Cambridge English, which is an affiliate of Cambridge University, include the FCE, that's the First Certificate in English, which is an exam for students at an intermediate level, and the CAE, that's the Cambridge Advanced English, a qualification that's widely recognised by educational institutions, governments and businesses as a mark of an ability to use English in advanced settings such as research. There are also English exams related to business English, such as the BEC, that's the Business English Certificate, and the Business BULATS, the Business Language Testing Service. The Business BULATS course is particularly popular in Japan. Multinational companies will routinely ask job applicants there for their BULATS score. There are also examinations related to specific professions, such as the test of legal English skills. The range of English language examinations is almost endless, actually. You could even offer to prepare school students for national school examinations in English. I sometimes help Russian students prepare for the Russian state examination in English, an examination known as the EGE, which Russian school leavers have to take when they're 17. And a good score on this exam is often essential for entry into one of the top Russian universities. One of the great advantages of preparing students for these tests is that there is usually a mine of information about them on the internet, including preparation materials and sample examination papers. In effect, all the materials you'll ever need have already been prepared for you. So it's a good idea to download these and look at them yourself. And also to have a go at the exam yourself. The best exam prep teacher is one who can see the examination from the student's point of view. Another advantage to doing exam prep is that preparing a lesson is much more straightforward, certainly more straightforward than preparing a lesson on general English or conversational English, because the test dictates what you're going to do in the lessons, at least to a large extent. You have much clearer parameters to work within, and I certainly find this very helpful. So what should you do in an exam prep lesson? Well, the most important thing to say is that the students should be given opportunities to practice in lessons what they're expected to do in the exams. So if the exam requires them to say whether a list of statements based on a listening text is true or false, then practice this during lessons. If they have to read long, complicated texts and then do multiple choice comprehension exercises based on this reading text, then practice that during lessons. If they've got to write a 200-word text giving opinions, then practice that during lessons. Now, this sounds like teaching to the test, and it is, but Exercises in exams often require very, very specific skills, and the only way to ensure your student gets the highest possible score is to give them practice, guidance, and feedback in developing these exam skills. Of course, you don't need to do just exam-style activities. It's a good idea to include activities not directly related to the exams for two reasons. Firstly, just doing exam-style activities can quickly get very boring. And secondly, it's also very useful to develop your students' wider English skills, their general English skills, especially expanding their vocabulary. If you were to run a 10-week exam prep course, then you could spend the first couple of weeks on general language learning to ensure they've got a firm base upon which to build, and then you can work on specific language difficulties that they might have before doing activities more closely related to the exam itself, and then finally moving on to actual timed examination practice. As well as practicing exam questions, it's a good idea to get your student thinking about the exam from the inside, as if they were the exam writers or examiners themselves. And here are two ways of doing that. Firstly, get your student to write some exam questions. So give your student a text similar to one they might find in an exam and ask your student to make up some questions about it for you to answer. Their questions should be in a similar style to questions they would see in the exam. They could write the questions as a homework task, or once they become more familiar with the question style of the exam, they could make up the questions during the lesson. And then you just need to answer the questions posed by your student. But you should get one or two questions wrong. This will then force the student to explain to you why you were wrong. Secondly, get your student to mark some writing. It's important for your student to understand how written work is assessed in an exam. When people assess written work, they use a marking scheme, and these marking schemes are often available for download. Marking schemes tell the examiner what scores to give a piece of writing based on criteria like punctuation, spelling, grammar, and how they've put across their ideas. So a student who understands these marking criteria will know what to include in their writing in order to get the best possible grade. So finally, here are a few tips and hints for doing exam preparation lesson. Firstly, I've mentioned this before actually, do the exam yourself. The best way of finding out what your learner will have to do is simply by doing it yourself, and you can find example sample test materials for any major English language exam online and also in good bookshops. Secondly, learn and study the different kinds of questions that your student will have to face. Will your learner have to match titles to paragraphs? Will they have to write essays? Will they have to listen to lectures? So do your research first. Find out exactly what your students need to practice in order to get ready for doing the exam. Thirdly, give your student an example of the exam and ask them to do it under timed conditions. Probably best to do it outside of lesson time. And then you can mark it. After marking it, it should become clear which areas your student needs to work on most. Fourthly, give your learner lots of tests, lots of practice doing tests. They need to get used to completing the exam. So time your student or ask them to time themselves doing exam activities. Number 5, research the exam. Know exactly what the exam is, who recognises it, how it can be used in the real world. The likelihood is that your student will know a lot of this already, but many students may ask you to advise them in the future. Number 6, if your student already knows the date when they're going to take the exam, make sure you find out about it, because that way you can plan your lessons to meet their needs and their deadlines. And finally, well, although this is preparation for an exam, remember there's no need to let all the fun disappear from the lesson. Try and enjoy it and try and make sure your student enjoys it as well. Here are 4 great activities to help you improve your students' pronunciation. First of all, drilling. Drilling is probably the most tried and tested technique to help students with their pronunciation. It's simply the teacher speaking and the student repeating. So you say, computer, and your student repeats. Of course, it sounds a bit old-fashioned, I guess, but it gives your student the opportunity to focus on nothing else but pronunciation. You can say individual words like I just did, but it's quite a good idea to use whole sentences as well, like these. So, I use a computer every day, and then the student would repeat that. Or, I use a television every day, and then the student repeats. I use a telephone at work, and so on. Notice how I stressed each sentence. Make sure your student uses the correct stress. If they don't, as in the word computer, focus on this in isolation. Your hands can be your secret weapon with drilling. So when demonstrating a word such as computer, hold up your hand to the webcam so that your student can clearly see your fingers and count the syllables on your fingers as you model the pronunciation. So when you say computer, you can touch a finger for each syllable in the word. So you'd hold up 3 fingers to your webcam. And when you hit the stressed syllable, pew, you can wiggle your finger a little bit to point it out so that your student can see where the stress takes place in the word. It might sound a little bit silly, but it can really help your learner. Second idea is chanting. Chanting might seem again a little bit old-fashioned, but it's a really effective way of drilling pronunciation. Chants are memorable, they have a strong rhythm, and they can be fun as well. So try a search on the internet for chants in English, and you'll be surprised how much information and how many different chants you can find there. A third great activity to help your learners is doing what's called back-chaining. Back-chaining a sentence. Let's imagine you're practicing the sentence, I use a computer every day, with your student. What you do is you break it down, but from the back. So you start off by saying day, and your student repeats. Every day, and your student repeats. Computer every day, and your student repeats. A computer every day. Use a computer every day. I use a computer every day. So adding one word at a time from the back is a very effective tool. Again, you're just focusing on a bit at a time until the student can build it all up together. A fourth and final activity is to compare confusing sound pairs so that students get to notice the differences between them and then afterwards get to practice those differences. So, for example, can your student hear the difference between the long and short I sound in pairs like live, leave, sit, seat, fit, feet, hit, heat, ship, sheep? Or can they hear the difference between the sh and ch sounds in ship, chip, shoe, chew? And then your student can practice those sound pairs and see if they can make the same difference clear in their speech. So here are a few recaps on pronunciation tips. First of all, don't skip it. Pronunciation is an essential part of effective communication. Get used to hearing sounds in English yourself, and you'll find that the more you teach pronunciation, the more you'll notice how words are pronounced. Be creative. Use your voice, use your hands and fingers to signal points such as stress and intonation and where words link together. And of course, try to keep the practice light-hearted and lots of fun. Often the main cause of breakdowns in communication between two people isn't grammatical mistakes, nor is it a lack of vocabulary, it's bad pronunciation. English language learners can usually be understood even if their speech is littered with grammatical mistakes. So if they say, "Yesterday I go zoo," you know what they're talking about. Most students can usually find some way of expressing meaning, however imprecise, even if they've got a limited vocabulary. However, if they say something grammatically correct with great vocabulary, it's still no good if you have no idea what they're trying to say. Teaching pronunciation is therefore an extremely important part of the language learner's experience. It can be a little daunting, though, for teachers. If you're a native speaker like me, you've probably never thought much about why you pronounce words the way you do, so you're being asked to teach something you've never thought about before. What I'm going to do first is look at the 4 key skills behind good pronunciation, and then I'll go on to look at the individual problems that students from different countries are likely to have with the pronunciation of English. For the 4 key skills, I'm going to look first at word stress, and then sentence stress, thirdly intonation, and finally at linking. So let's look at word stress first of all. Now, we use stress in words as well as in sentences. Stress is all about emphasizing parts of words. Let's take a look at how stress affects a word. So I've chosen the word policeman. Firstly, how many syllables does the word policeman have? Well, it's 3. Man. Got 3 syllables. But think about how the word is spoken. Which syllable of the word has more strength or force? Which one do I say with more emphasis? Policeman. Notice how I emphasize the second syllable here. I'll try saying the word again, but this time I'm going to make the first syllable stronger. Policeman. Do you notice how the word now sounds? It sounds strange, it sounds difficult to understand. And often the stress of a word makes it more understandable, more comprehensible. Here's some other words. Notice where the stress on each of these words lies. Teacher, butcher, investigator, instructor, florist, engineer. So when we teach new words to our students, it's important to model the pronunciation, model where the stress takes place for them in order for them to speak the word correctly. Otherwise, there's a risk that if they say not engineer but engineer, people might not understand them so well. In the next lecture, I'll go through some strategies to help your learner have the best possible chance of doing this. Now let's look at sentence stress. Like word stress, sentences often contain a stronger sound, often to emphasize something within the sentence. In a word, you have to decipher which syllable is being stressed, but in a sentence, you're trying to hear which part of the sentence or which word is being stressed. Here's a sentence. I love to go shopping at the weekend, but I'm going to say this now enthusiastically. I love to go shopping at the weekend. Notice how I stress the word love. But now I'm going to stress the word shopping in the sentence. Notice how the meaning of the sentence changes slightly as a result of changing the word stress in the sentence. I love to go shopping at the weekend. So in this sentence, the speaker is emphasizing how much they like to shop, rather than, say, go swimming or play football at the weekend. So when we practice speaking sentences with our learners, it's very important to think carefully about sentence stress, which parts of the sentence are being stressed, and to correct our students if their stress is inappropriate, because it does affect the meaning of sentences. A third important area is intonation. Intonation is the way in which we sing the language. The rise and fall of the sentence can indicate how we feel, or it can convey different meanings which aren't expressed simply through the words. It also makes us sound more natural when we speak. So here's an example of a very short conversation. John says, I met a great-looking girl last night. She was amazing. And Nick says, seriously? What did she look like? But here's a similar conversation, but with different intonation. I met a great-looking girl last night. She was amazing. Seriously? You never meet great-looking girls, John. So in the first conversation, Nick feels excited for his friend. The way he says the word seriously. Seriously? Will be quick and will rise at the end. He sounds interested, but in the second conversation, Nick's being sarcastic. He says, seriously? So the sound is flatter and deeper. So not only are our students learning the meaning of words and phrases, but they've also got to learn how to use the language correctly and how to express the correct intonation to show the hidden meaning behind some words in speech. A fourth area, which is quite difficult for students, is linking. Linking is the way sounds and words merge together. When we speak naturally at a fast pace, we don't pronounce each word separately or perfectly. Instead, words connect and form single units of sound, and this can cause real problems for our students, especially at a lower level of proficiency. Here's a question. What did you do yesterday? Except people don't say it like that. What people often say is, what did you do yesterday? If our learners are going to understand other people speaking naturally, therefore, they need to become aware of these linking sounds. And look at the lecture on activities for teaching pronunciation for more on how to do this. But finally, let's look at students' individual problems. This is another important thing to take into account. Different nationalities will have different problems with pronouncing the English language. For example, a typical Japanese speaker will usually have problems pronouncing the sounds R and L in English, as the R sound doesn't exist in Japanese. So instead of saying, I run around the park every day, they're more likely to say, I run around the park every day. A typical Thai speaker will have problems with the sounds ch and sh, and they will often make vowel sounds too long as well. So instead of saying a bag of fish and chips, Thai speakers will often say a bag of fish and sheeps. And instead of saying I'm going to watch TV, Thai speakers will often say I'm going to wash TV. Russian speakers will often have difficulty with the H sound because, again, it doesn't exist in Russian. They often replace it with the G sound, G, or the H sound, as in loch. This is often what they're taught in schools, the kind of shortcut to making the H sound, but it can cause problems. So instead of saying Harry Potter wears a big hat, a lot of Russian speakers will say something like Gary Potter wears a big hat. Now, as you get to know your students, it's worth identifying these problems and working on them. The internet is, as always, a great source of information regarding the kinds of difficulties learners from different countries are likely to have. By the way, one common question is, should your student sound like a native English speaker? And the quick answer to this is no. In fact, unless someone has started learning English at a very early age, probably in an English-speaking environment, they're unlikely to end up speaking with, say, an English or an Australian accent anyway. A Russian will always have a Russian twang to his accent when speaking English. Chinese people will always have a distinct Chinese twang to their accent when speaking English. The most important thing is that your learner can be understood by other people. Remember, you're not trying to teach an accent, you're trying to help your student to communicate in English. And in the next lecture, what I'll do is go through some great activities for you to help your student improve their pronunciation of English. So I'm going to show you some examples of activities that can be used to develop your students' vocabulary knowledge and vocabulary skills and understanding. I'm going to use IDroo, which is an online interactive whiteboard that both you and your students can use. And for more details about how to use IDroo and similar online whiteboards, there's actually a lecture that I've done earlier in this course about that. So you can check that out to find out exactly how to use this particular tool. It's very useful. Basically, if your student is logged on to IDroo, then they can move things around just like you can on the screen. So I'll show you some examples of some vocabulary activities that you can use with IDroo. And the first one here is a matching activity. In fact, the first couple of activities are matching activities. This one is a matching activity where your student needs to match definitions with some words. And all these words are connected with the workplace and getting jobs and leaving jobs. So to write a letter to ask for a job is apply for a job. Someone who works in a company is an employee, and so on. So your student can actually match these up, or they can tell you the answers and you can match them up for them. Okay, so that's one example of an activity, of a matching activity. Here's another one. These are simple activity where you match, or the student matches words and pictures. So you've done words and definitions here, words and pictures here. So obviously they just need to move the words underneath the pictures. So there's a jug there, bowl, and so on. I took these pictures from a course book and I scanned in the pictures and then pasted them into IDroo. But you could also use something like Google Images to find some similar pictures. So that's another matching activity. Here's another one where this is a traditional, very commonly used activity in English language teaching called a fill in the blanks activity or a close activity. And so the student simply needs to complete the sentences with the missing words. So I went, and it uses the same structure all the time. I went to the something to do something. So I went to the something to see my sister who was sick, or where can you be sick? In a hospital. I went to the something to buy a cup of coffee. Coffee, where can you get coffee? In a cafe. So they're kind of looking for keywords in the sentence. See, okay, beach, meat, butcher, animals. What can you see? Oh, I'll tell you why I've made a mistake here. That word should be zoo. So I went to the zoo to see some animals. You could ask your student, here's the spare word circus. You could ask your student to write their own sentence to go with circus. So I went to the, I'll put a blank in there, to see the clowns, for example. So your student might be able to come up with a sentence like that. So that's a fill in the blanks activity. Here's another one, mind map, a mind map activity. So let's just do a little nice shape. And this can be just a brainstorming activity. You need your student can think of some words connected with transport. And they can type the words in, or sometimes faster, they can tell you the words and you can type them in. So car, perhaps, train. So this is just brainstorming for the student to do. Oops. And of course you might want to spell it correctly. Okay. So that's another mind mapping, getting your student to brainstorm words, in this case connected with transport, but it could be any topic, food, clothes. The next activity is a categorization activity where your student needs to categorize some words or phrases against a particular type of category. So here the two categories are outdoor activities, indoor activities, and here they need to drag the word or the phrase into the correct column. So golf is an outdoor activity, squash, an indoor activity, having a picnic, that's outdoors. Tennis is that outdoor or indoor normally? Well, it depends, time of year I suppose, but tennis. So in some cases you might actually want to have, let's put another category in for both. Drawing two lines there. So for both activities, well, that could be, so tennis can go under both. Football, that's normally an outdoor activity. Swimming, that can be both as well. And then you can ask your student to, can you think of any other activities that you do outside? So they might think about hiking, and they could type in those extra words as well. Another activity is putting words on a scale. Okay, now here I've got some words, 6 words, which are adverbs of frequency. So what your student needs to do here is to put these words on the line. So here are never. What's the opposite of never? Always. Okay, so that's the opposites, never and always. So what goes in the middle? Well, so again, you can ask your student to put these words where they think the word should go on the line. And you can give them a little bit of help as well. So for example, often, is that more than sometimes or less than sometimes? And of course, it's more than sometimes, often. Rarely. Is that more than sometimes or less than sometimes? So go down here, and again, so your student puts these words on the line. Occasionally. Is that more than sometimes? I occasionally go to the beach. I sometimes go to the beach. It can be quite difficult, this kind of activity. I think maybe, certainly less than often. Let's think of another word. So frequently. I frequently go to the beach. More than often? I think so. So there you've got some adverbs of frequency. Put on a scale. So there you go. There are some vocabulary activities that you can use with your student. And again, they work really well on an online interactive whiteboard. But you could also just do similar activities by sharing your screen in Skype.
A wide vocabulary is one of the most important things a learner needs when using a foreign language. You can strip away grammar entirely and still largely be understood just by using individual words together. So if I said to you, hungry, food, eat, you'd probably guess exactly what I wanted. So in this lecture, I'm going to give you some tips for developing your students' vocabulary and what information to give them when explaining vocabulary. But first, what is vocabulary anyway? It's easy to think of it as simply single words, but actually, vocabulary often comes in chunks of language. Let me explain. Look at this letter. Dear Sir or Madam, I am writing with regards to the telephone conversation we had today. As you know, we have planned to meet in the afternoon on the 6th of July. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend this meeting due to a prior arrangement that had been miscommunicated to me by my secretary. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Regards, Richard Watt. Now, what vocabulary could you explain to your student
from this letter. You could explain words like regards, unfortunately, unable, prior, arrangement, miscommunicated. But on their own, it can be very tricky to explain the meaning of these words. How would you explain the meaning of regards, for example? In a dictionary, the definition of the word is to consider or think of in a specialized way or relating to, which isn't much help, really. What about the word prior? In this letter, it sort of means before, but can you use the word prior in all situations to mean before? I brush my teeth prior to going to bed. I mean, possibly, but it sounds a little bit odd. So the trouble with teaching words on their own in isolation is that you're actually removing away examples of how they're used, and you risk the student going away with no real idea of their proper use. So a better way is to look at vocabulary in chunks. So you might decide to teach from the letter, I am writing with regards to, or telephone conversation, or as you know, to be unable to do something, a prior arrangement, or so you're teaching in chunks. And by dealing with vocabulary in chunks, then the meaning of regards in the phrase with regards to suddenly becomes a lot clearer. You could explain the phrase then as meaning the same as I am writing this letter about. So teaching vocabulary involves two key things. Number one, extracting vocabulary from model texts, from examples of language that will be useful to your student. I often call this appropriating language. You're kind of just looking at the language as it's used, and you and the student are taking language that will be useful for the student to use in their real life. And the second key idea is that you treat vocabulary not as just as individual words like a word list, but as chunks of language. And this makes it easier for the student to understand, but it also makes it easier for you to teach vocabulary. So I'm going to go on now and look at 5 great tips for explaining vocabulary to your students. And one I use an awful lot is to use pictures. One of the basic tools of the classroom teacher is to use things called flashcards, which are simply big cards with pictures on them, and teachers can show the picture to their class. They're a great teaching tool, but they often get lost. Most schools have a limited range of flashcards, and it's often hard to find a specific flashcard for a particular word when you've got hundreds of them. But you, as an online English teacher, you've got a big advantage over classroom teachers because you have an almost unlimited and completely free source of flashcards, and it's called Google Images. So to explain the word dream, you could search Google Images for an appropriate image, perhaps someone sleeping in bed with a thought bubble coming out of their head. Of course, the word dream has more than one meaning, so to show the idea of a dream as something you really want, a kind of ambition, you could find an image of somebody awake with a thought bubble coming out of their head, and in the thought bubble there could be maybe a fantastic sports car. So with Google Images, these pictures can be found during a lesson, as and when you need them. You can simply send your student a link to the image, or you could upload it to an online whiteboard, or if you're sharing your screen with your student, they can simply see the picture on your screen. Alternatively, you can just draw the picture on an online whiteboard or on a piece of paper as well if you've got a good webcam. And to revise words, you could tell your student a word and ask them to draw it. Even stickman skills can work here. So pictures are a great way, very quick way of explaining vocabulary. A second technique is to use mime, which is great on webcams. Miming can be a really fun and effective way of teaching language. For example, if the word I'm trying to teach or to explain is driving, rather than try to explain the word, I can just pretend on the webcam that I'm driving a car, and that should explain the actual word itself. Thirdly, you can place the word into context. So let's imagine you're teaching the word live. Now, if you try to explain the basic dictionary meaning of the word, it becomes very difficult. And of course, the word live has lots of different meanings too. So in this case, maybe you could put the word into a sentence for your students, such as I live in a house. I live in Bangkok. I live in Thailand. I used to live in England. Fourth idea is what we call realia, which is just basically objects. So if you're teaching the word newspaper, show your student a real newspaper if you've got one lying around the house. If you're teaching your student household objects and you're using a laptop or a tablet computer, you could walk around your house and point the camera at whatever household objects you happen to have lying about. Household clutter can be a great teaching tool. Similarly with clothes, you can show your clothes to your student, and that will be a great way of explaining the words, the vocabulary for clothes. Fifth idea is to use the student's mother tongue. This is actually sometimes the quickest and most straightforward way to explain a word, especially if it's a bit more of an abstract word. So if you need to explain the word university, instead of getting into a convoluted explanation like, well, it's where students go to study after school. Not college though, but a bit different. Maybe when they're 18 years old and they get a degree there. A degree is... You see, you get all completely convoluted and twisted in your explanations if you do that. So another way is simply to use the student's mother tongue. You can go to Google Translate and translate the word university into the student's mother tongue. But take care. A lot of words don't translate directly very easily. And many words in English have many meanings, and many words in other languages have many meanings. So translating the word dream, for example, can be a tricky one because it's got a couple of main meanings in English. And I know enough Russian to know that they have a different word for a dream when you're asleep and a dream for your ambitions. I know actually similarly in Russian they have different words for goal, for when it's in the object you try to kick a ball into, and for when you actually score a goal. So you do have to be careful when using Google Translate. So those are the 5 key approaches that I use when explaining vocabulary. Finally, in this lecture, I'm going to go through just quickly about the information about new language. As a teacher, you'll have to decide often how much information about a particular piece of language your student actually needs. So let's just look at the kind of information a particular piece of language may have. You might need to explain what kind of word class or part of speech is it. Is it a noun, a verb, an adjective, an adverb? Is it an expression, an idiomatic piece of language? Is it a preposition? And so on. Does the word go with a preposition, especially if it's a verb? So, for example, you dream about something. You look at something. Does the word have multiple meanings? So, again, the word live. You can have, I live in a house, I live in Bangkok, but there is a live band, which also often the same word can have multiple ways of being pronounced as well. Can the word change its form? This is especially important in verbs. So you have go, gone, went, goes, going. Is the word common in the English language? So like the word happy is very common, but how about the word exhilarated? Some words are more common than others, and this also means that some words are simply a lot more useful than others because they come up a lot more. So it's important, especially with lower level learners, to focus on the high frequency vocabulary, because high frequency vocabulary comes up a lot and they need to know the high frequency words first. So don't spend time teaching them words like exhilarated when they don't know the word happy. Is the vocabulary formal or is it informal? So like if you have too much drink and you stagger home, we often say get drunk, but you can also say get wasted or become inebriated. So before teaching any vocabulary, whether it's part of a reading or a listening activity or a writing or a speaking activity, or as a part of a task-based lesson, think about the vocabulary before the lesson. What will your student need to know? What do they need to know? What do they want to know? And how could you explain the meanings and uses of the vocabulary to your student? In the next lecture, though, I'm going to give you some great activities for teaching vocabulary in your lessons.
One great way of teaching grammar in the context of communication is to follow a task-based learning approach. And in this lecture, I will first explain what a task-based approach actually is. Then I'll go through the typical stages in a task-based lesson. And finally, I'll walk you through a sample lesson that uses these stages, that uses this approach. So to start off with then, let's look at what a task-based approach actually is. Well, basically, in a task-based approach, your aim is to enable the student to complete a communicative task by the end of the lesson. It's something that can happen in one lesson, such as, for example, ordering a meal in a restaurant or complaining about poor customer service, giving a short presentation about a product, or even doing an exam speaking task. And the list, of course, is endless. But whatever the task is that you choose to do with your student, it should be geared to the specific individual needs of your student. In other words, if you're teaching a sales representative who wants to improve their English in order to communicate more effectively with potential customers at sales exhibitions, then you can set up some tasks that will help them do exactly that, rather than, say, getting them to talk about the weather. So task-based lessons are therefore a great way to ensure that your students will get the most out of their online lessons, and that means you'll have them coming back to you for more, and they'll probably recommend you to their friends and co-workers as well. So in a task-based approach, the focus of the lesson is, of course, on the task. And your job is to help your student complete the task successfully. So completing a task successfully will require them to use certain grammatical structures. So if the task was to order food in a restaurant, the kind of language your student would need might include things like, I would like a glass of beer, I would like some chocolate cake, I would like fish and chips. So the task determines that the grammar needed during the lesson will be the structure I would like. And possibly something else? Can you see what other item of grammar your student might need to complete this task successfully? Well, it's articles. A glass of beer, some chocolate cake, while fish and chips has no article at all. So it might be a good idea to spend some time focusing your student on the use of articles as well. And these grammatical structures can then be fed in during the lesson by you. And I'll show you later on where you do that during the lesson. You should certainly help the student focus in isolation on that language. And that will give your student time to master the grammar before they apply it to the task, the big picture. Again, I'll show you how to do that and when to do it later on. So basically, to sum up, in a task-based approach, the communication task determines the grammar. And of course, different tasks will determine different grammatical structures. So it's a very, very flexible approach to use. So let's go on to look at the structure of a task-based lesson. And typically it would follow, I would say, 6 separate stages. So stage 1, you discuss the topic. You'd read or listen for gist. I'll tell you more about that in a moment in stage 2. Stage 3, you read or listen for detail. In stage 4, you focus on the grammar. In stage 5, especially if it's a speaking task, you can focus on the pronunciation. And finally, stage 6 is the main task itself. So let's look at each one in more detail. So in stage 1, you start the lesson by briefly, I stress briefly, discussing the topic that's related to the task, because this is just to get the student thinking about the topic and starting to use language connected with the topic. And teachers often call this activating schemata. So in a task about ordering food, you could talk about the student's favourite food, or perhaps the last time they went out for a meal. I'll give you some specific examples of that when I go through the sample lesson. Stage 2 is a reading or listening activity, and here you can show your student a short reading passage, either on the computer screen, or you could send it to them by email before the lesson or during the lesson. Or you can make it into a listening task by either reading something out to them, such as a reading text or a monologue or a conversation, or you can find a dialogue or a conversation yourself. But use something that's related to the task, of course. Ideally, something that is very close to the kind of thing that your student will have to produce in the main task at the end of the lesson. And in stage 2, you're going to ask your student to read or listen for general information, something known as gist. I'll give some examples of that in the sample lesson. And in stage 3, you repeat the reading or the listening activity from stage 2, but this time you're going to ask the student to listen for more detailed information. And in stage 4, this is where you draw your student's focus to the grammar for the task, something we call the target language. And this might mean something simple like underlining the target language from the reading text or the transcript of the listening. In stage 5, you focus on pronunciation. It's often a very good idea to spend time on pronunciation, especially when the final task is a speaking task. So in stage 5, you can focus the student on pronouncing the target language correctly. If you're doing a written task with your student, you can skip this, or if you like, you could do a spelling focus instead. And in stage 6, the final part of a task-based approach is the final task. This isn't simply the end of the lesson. This is the core part of the lesson. This is why we're doing it. So it's not something to quickly do at the end of the lesson, say in the last 5 minutes. So the task will probably and should take a large chunk of the lesson. I would say between a quarter and up to a half of the lesson should be spent on the final stage. And this is where you gently push or nudge your student towards the completion of the task. Hopefully, push or nudge. Sometimes you might have to drag your student kicking and screaming to the completion of the task. And the task itself could be a talk by them, a monologue, or it could take the form of a conversation or an interview with you playing one of the roles. So, for example, you might take the role of a customer at a sales exhibition or the role of a waiter in a restaurant. And you can vary the degree of freedom that your student has in the task. So you might want to give your student a set of fixed words or phrases to use in the task, something that we call controlled practice. Or you might want to give them more freedom, freer practice. One of the important things about the task is that your student will probably need to repeat it several times. Each time using feedback from you to perform the task at ever-increasing levels of accuracy. So don't be afraid to repeat the task several times because you want your student to try and master the language. So let's look at a sample lesson to see how this would actually come out in the real world of a lesson. So let's say that you want your student to be able to order food from a menu in a restaurant. Now, just knowing a bunch of words for different types of food and drink might be enough to stave off starvation, but students want to go beyond this kind of survival English and use the words in properly formed sentences. So let's look at the aim then of the lesson. It's to be able to order food in a restaurant using these complete grammatically correct sentences. And for this lesson, the target language I've chosen is I would like and I'd like, the contraction. You could also include other things like vocabulary for food, or you could also include target language like articles. So in stage 1, we're going to discuss the topic with my student, and what we can do is briefly talk about the last time they went to a restaurant. Whatever kind of discussion topic you use, make sure it's related to the personal experiences or personal knowledge of your student. So you could talk about things like what did they eat the last time they went to a restaurant? Who did they go with? Did they enjoy the food? And what did they eat and drink? Lots of other questions you could think of. Did they have any problems? What time did they eat? And then in stage 2, now you've got the student thinking about the topic, you can introduce I'm going to use a listening task. Now, almost all course books have audio recordings that would be quite useful in this kind of situation, but I tend to find that the quickest and the simplest thing to do is to simply write your own conversation or your own talk. Now, it doesn't have to be Shakespeare. It simply needs to be fairly realistic and to contain some of the target language that you want your student to be able to use. So you can just whack it out quite quickly. So in the listening task, the best idea is to read it out yourself. So you're going to use your own acting skills, although it depends what kind of text you're going to use. It's best not to ask your student to read it, especially if they're a lower level learner, because you just want them to listen and listen for meaning rather than have to think about how to say the words. So if you're asking a particularly low-level student to read out, they will only be able to focus on one thing at a time. So they'll only be able to think about pronouncing the words. They won't have a chance to think about the meaning if you ask them to read it out. So this is where your acting skills can come in. You should also give your student at this stage 2, a purpose for listening. So you want to ask them to think about some questions so they can think about the general information, the big picture of this particular dialogue. So you could ask them to answer questions like this. What kind of restaurant are they at? And in my dialogue, there are some clues for the kind of restaurant. So is it Indian or is it Italian? Is the customer ordering lunch or dinner? How many courses do they order? So those are some examples of just questions. So then let's go now into the conversation, which I'm going to read out to my student. Good evening, sir. What would you like to order? Hello, I'd like the spaghetti bolognese, please. The spaghetti bolognese. Would you like some vegetables with that? Actually, I'd like a side salad. Okay, and would you like a drink with that? Yes, please, a glass of water. And could I have a starter? What soup do you have? We have tomato soup and vegetable soup. I'd like the tomato soup, please. Okay, I'll just check your order. You'd like the tomato soup, and for the main course, you'd like spaghetti bolognese with vegetables. No, I don't want the vegetables. I want a salad. Oh, I'm sorry. You'd like the salad, not the vegetables. Okay, thank you for your order. Thank you. Okay, so I'm not exactly Johnny Depp, but it does the trick. So in that task, in stage 2 of the task-based approach, you might have to read this a couple of times for your students so they can answer the gist question. But the focus there is getting them to basically answer the gist question. So it's an Italian restaurant. It's in the, I think it's in the evening. And they order 2 courses, the soup and the main course. So then we go into stage 3, where again we repeat the listening task, but this time we can ask the student some questions about the detail. So they have to listen for detail. So for example, here are some detailed questions. Did the customer order any meat? What food did he order? What drink did he order? Is he going to eat anything before the spaghetti? What soups were on offer? What time of day was it? And what mistake did the waiter make? So you want for a lower level learner, you may only want to give them 3 questions. Don't give them too many questions. So you can repeat the listening again and ask your student to try and answer some of these questions. And in stage 4, this is where your students should start, we hope, to notice the grammar. So here we focus in even further, this time on to the key language structures that your student will need to complete the task. And if you remember in this lesson, it's the I would like or I'd like structure. And you can simply ask your student to identify and perhaps underline, if you're using an interactive whiteboard, the language used by the customer to request food politely. So we've got, what would you like? So also we've got some language used by the waiter to ask and check the order. So that would be a bit of an extension as well to think about the questions. So what would you like? I'd like. Would you like? I'd like. Would you like? Could I have? I'd like. You'd like. You'd like again. And you also here have a slightly less polite, more abrupt use of language. I don't want. I want, which is less polite, perhaps because the customers are a little bit annoyed that the waiter's got the order wrong. So that's where you're focusing on the language. You can answer any questions your students got about the grammatical structures here. And then in stage 5, you can focus on the pronunciation, which is really useful if we want the student to speak clearly and fluently. So you can either practice on individual sounds or individual word sounds or stress or fluency. This is one of the reasons why it's good to repeat the tasks as well, because with each repetition, the student can become more fluent with their pronunciation. So in this particular lesson, the contraction I'd is maybe something we can focus on. It's quite difficult for some students, especially as in this dialogue, I'd was followed by the word like. I'd like. I'd like. So the D and the L together make it quite difficult for students to pronounce. It's called a consonant cluster, the D and the L together. And what a lot of students will often say is, I like. So the D will often get lost, which in this particular grammatical structure isn't a big thing. You can still get your message across, you can still communicate. But again, we want the student to be able to sound natural in their language. So that's one area that we could focus on. Check out the section of the course on pronunciation. I've got some ideas for activities there, but one of the most powerful pronunciation activities is something called back chaining. And with back chaining, you help the student speak a whole sentence or a chunk of language. And what you do is you start from the back of a sentence. You read it out to the student, and you ask your student to repeat. So you go to you say soup, and your student says soup, and then you say tomato soup, and your student says tomato soup, and then you say like tomato soup, and your student repeats, and then finally you say I'd like tomato soup, and your student repeats again. So backchaining is a way of helping your student pronounce chunks of language in a fluent, natural way. So then, after the pronunciation, you move on to the task. So your student has listened to a model conversation in the restaurant which contains lots of useful language. They've noticed some of the key language used to communicate, and they've had a chance to pronounce it. So now it's their turn to communicate, possibly with you. So if in this example of a conversation, you will take one of the roles. So here in this lesson, just give them a menu, give them a list of food items, drinks, and you can be the waiter, with them playing the role of the customer. When you do the task, always remember what the target language is. So your student in this kind of task might say something like, I'd like fish and chip with pea. So here they've got some grammar wrong, they've got some pronunciation wrong, but the language, the target language is correct. So focus on the target language, get them to get that right first. You can always come back in another lesson or later on in the lesson if you've got time to work on plurals and articles and the difference between the ch and sh sound. So remember, your task here is simply to push your student to greater accuracy, not perfection. You're not going to get to perfection, at least not straight away, especially with a lower level student. As I've said before, one of the really important things in the task stage is for the student to repeat the task several times. It's always a good idea. Repetition enables the student to become more fluent, to master the language, to master the pronunciation, and to produce the language in a more automatic, more natural way. So don't be afraid to repeat the task several times. And when they're doing the task, certainly the first time they do the task, your student will probably need some written notes. But if you repeat the task, then with each repetition, try to reduce your student's dependency on these notes as you repeat the task until they're able to do the whole task from memory in an automatic way. So that is basically how the task-based approach works. Let's just wrap it up with some final thoughts on the task-based approach and how it relates to teaching English online more generally. I think they're perfect for online lessons, especially if they take the form of role plays like the one I scripted, because they provide you with a structure that allows you to give your student highly personalized feedback. And it means the student gets to practice the kind of language they need to use in their job or in their studies or school, or in life more generally. So you're able to provide them with highly relevant tasks that relate to their life and how they're going to use English in their life. It's also something that's extremely difficult to do effectively in a classroom that has lots of students in it. It's something that's really only geared and really only effective in a one-to-one situation. So in other words, task-based online lessons, especially online lessons that you're doing on a one-to-one basis, give you a huge competitive advantage over not just classroom courses, but also other online teachers who simply prefer to follow a course book. So using a task-based approach means you're able to provide highly relevant, highly personalized lessons that make your lessons even more effective for the student, which again means that they're going to come back to you again and again and again for lessons and recommend you to their friends and co-workers. So that's it. Task-based learning. Hope you found this lecture useful. Hope it gives you some great ideas for how to help your students with their grammar by using a task-based learning approach. The teaching of grammar is often the part of teaching English that is most likely to cause English teachers to break out in a cold sweat. Trying to explain the workings of the third conditional or the past perfect continuous sometimes seems rather a lot like trying to explain thermonuclear dynamics, especially when your students don't have enough language to understand what you're actually talking about. Fortunately, grammar doesn't have to be like this. In this lecture, I'm going to unpack some of the basics about grammar, what it is, why it's important, and also a good approach for teaching it. And in the next lecture, I'm going to show you some activities to help you teach grammar. So what is grammar? Well, two things really. First of all, grammar is the way we put words together in a sentence, such as word order. So for example, the dog bit the cat, or the cat bit the dog. And secondly, grammar is the things we do to words to change their meaning. For example, the way word endings change as their meaning changes. So cat becomes cats, live becomes lived, lives can become living, something we call language form. So why is grammar important? Well, grammar is important because grammar makes meaning clearer. Imagine I'm phoning you from a street in downtown Los Angeles, talking to you about the wonders of working as an online English teacher when suddenly Godzilla emerges out of the river and starts destroying a shopping mall. I would scream down the phone, "Godzilla is destroying a shopping mall." You can't see what's happening, of course, because you're on the other end of the telephone line, so you just have to rely on my language to understand exactly what's happening. The grammar, though, in my sentence makes it very clear who is doing what. So who is doing what? Godzilla. And also it makes clear what is being destroyed, a shopping mall. And also my grammar makes it clear that it's happening right now because I use the verb is destroying. It also suggests that the shopping mall is non-specific because I used the article a shopping mall, rather than the shopping mall or central shopping mall. Had I said the shopping mall, it might have been the shopping mall I was in at that exact time. Had my grammar been really lousy, and in fact, because my brain would have been more concerned about running away from Godzilla, well, while of course rescuing children and old ladies from its clutches, rather than the correct form of the present continuous, then I might have said something like, "Godzilla destroys shopping mall." Now, if I'd said Godzilla destroys shopping mall, then you could be forgiven for thinking that Godzilla did it yesterday, or that he's about to do it, or perhaps he does it all the time in Los Angeles, and you might think he was destroying all the shopping malls in the city. Had you been standing next to me, of course, it wouldn't have mattered. My grammar wouldn't have mattered because you would have seen everything yourself. But on the phone, grammar counts. Grammar is important. And the reason it's important is because of distance. You're not there. You're distant from the events I'm describing, so you need grammar to help you understand the details precisely. So grammar becomes more and more important with distance, when the person receiving a communication is distant from the thing being described. And the greater the distance, the more important grammar becomes, which is why grammar is so important in writing, for example, in a letter or in an email. So basically, grammar makes meaning clearer and more precise. Teaching grammar is also important because without a focus on grammar, we risk leaving our learners at a me Tarzan, you Jane kind of English. Yes, they can communicate as long as it's in a familiar and immediate situation, but it just sounds bad. So how should we teach grammar? Or better still, let's look at this question. How is grammar learned? Well, once upon a time, grammar was central to language learning. Language learners sat in classrooms learning about grammatical rules and grammatical structures, like the present continuous is formed with subject plus to be plus verb plus ing. Then students had to spew out sentences like the cat is eating, the dog is looking, the girl is playing, the elephant is smoking, slowly falling asleep to the sound of scratching chalk. Well, that's a traditional way of teaching grammar, and actually sometimes, in fact often, isn't too far from the truth today as well. And the thinking behind that approach is that once students know grammar, once they know the form, once they know the rules, then they can simply slot new words into a sentence, which means they can potentially say anything. But in practice, it doesn't really work. And it's led to students who are able to recite rules, grammatical rules, and produce grammatically correct sentences in isolation, but they can't do the same thing when faced with the messy, immediate, fast world of real-time, authentic communication. This grammar-based approach is still pretty common today, even in classrooms which claim they use a communicative approach. And a lot of course books are still based around a grammar syllabus. It's as if learning a language is like learning historical facts. Students don't need rules. This is great for teachers because rules, in my opinion anyway, are boring and confusing. In order to learn grammar and, most importantly of all, be able to use it when you're communicating, students need 3 things. Firstly, they need lots of exposure to language, which uses a variety of grammatical features. Secondly, they need to notice or be aware of how these grammatical features work. And thirdly, they need lots of practice and lots of feedback from the teacher. Let's look at these in a bit more detail. So firstly, lots of exposure. Students need lots of exposure to language, especially in the form of reading and listening texts that contain the kind of grammatical features they need to learn and they're going to use. But exposure alone isn't enough. Students need to have their attention drawn to the language they need to learn, and we call this noticing. So secondly, noticing. There certainly was a belief in language learning that language learners simply soak up language like a sponge, and they kind of managed to work out the grammar for themselves because, well, that's what they did as an infant with their first language. But we now know this is not the case. Learners have to have their attention drawn, in some cases dragged, to how grammar works, such as how it affects meaning. This means that one of the main roles for teachers is to design activities that draw learners' attention to grammatical features, and this is best done in the context of meaningful language. So, imagine you're doing a lesson online to help your student talk about their future plans and arrangements. You could type a short text like this into Skype or into your online whiteboard. At the weekend, I'm meeting John, and we are going to go to the cinema. I will probably go shopping before I meet him and then get my nails done. We are going to get something to eat after. I will probably see if he wants to go to an Italian restaurant. Now, what you can do next is to ask your student to tell you, or underline it themselves if you're using an online whiteboard, all the things the writer is going to do at the weekend. So let's have a look. What things are they going to do at the weekend? Well, meeting John, going to go to the cinema, go shopping, get my nails done, get something to eat, go to an Italian restaurant. Now, this seems like a very basic activity for the learner, but what we're actually doing here is drawing their attention to the different forms, to the different grammatical structures that we can use to talk about the future. So without us teaching a thing, the learner will begin to notice that there are different ways to talk about future plans, such as will and going to. Now, don't worry if you don't know how to explain the difference between these structures. Many English teachers, especially native speakers, often have a hard time explaining grammar. If you've been brought up as an English speaker, like me, English grammar seems to be the way it is because, well, that's just the way it is, right? But, of course, that kind of explanation is no good for our students. But if you can't explain it, don't worry, don't fret, and most importantly of all, don't make it up. Don't make up the rules. You can always explain the grammar to your students later, once you've looked it up on the internet, for example. And there's loads of great websites out there that can do a great job of explaining grammar in a way that even native speakers like me can understand. Thirdly, you need to give your student lots and lots of practice and lots of feedback on their grammar. One way of drawing learners' attention to certain aspects of language is for the teacher to give them feedback. Students will make grammatical mistakes, lots of them. In fact, mistakes are an essential and very useful part of the learning process, as learners they're basically trying to experiment with the language they know and also the language they don't quite know yet in order to try out something new. And these errors can be used as opportunities for learning something new. So, how can you give feedback? Well, imagine you start a lesson with a student and you ask your student what they did yesterday. Okay, so what did you do yesterday, Tom? And your student will excitedly reply something like, "Yesterday I go to the cinema." Now, you might reply, "No, Tom, not go. Went. I went to the cinema." The past simple of go is the irregular form went. Now, say it again. Yesterday I went to the cinema. Good. Good job. Now, the problem with this approach is that any passion your student might have had when talking about their weekend or what they did yesterday will soon be sucked away if you do too much of the grammatical correction. So, how should you correct this error? In fact, should you even bother? I mean, after all, you're trying to have a conversation, not a grammar lesson, and you want to encourage your student to talk. So maybe you could just ignore the error and ask them what movie they saw and what the story was about. But the problem with that is all the time inside your teacher's head, your teacher's voice is going to be nagging you away to correct every mistake. I mean, after all, you're a teacher, not a friend. One solution then is to do what's known as recasting. Recasting is a way of giving feedback on errors simply by repeating what the student said, but with the correct form inserted. So if your student said, "Yesterday I go to the cinema," you can say, "You went to the cinema? Wow, what did you see?" "I see X-Men." "Oh, really? You saw X-Men? You went to the cinema and saw X-Men? Did you enjoy it?" So when you recast, you actually give your student a snapshot of what accurate language should be like without interrupting the flow of the conversation. Now, it doesn't always work. Sometimes a student might just not notice your recasting, and you may need to really stress the corrected words for your student to notice the correct form. But it is a good middle ground between grammar and conversation. But even so, recasting can be quite a haphazard way of dealing with grammatical errors, and because of the vast amount of errors students might make, it's often difficult to know what to focus on. A better approach then is to focus on what it is that your student wants to communicate and to let those communication needs determine what particular aspect of grammar you should focus on. So, for example, if you're going to ask your student to describe what they did last weekend, that tells you that your student will need to use the past simple, such as I went, I saw, I visited. And so before you ask them to describe their weekend, you can launch a preemptive strike on their grammar by focusing first on the language they need to talk about their weekend and then letting them talk about it. What you shouldn't do is do a lesson on the past simple and ask your student to generate a bunch of random past simple sentences in isolation. That's the old school of doing it, and it doesn't really work either. So in other words, grammar shouldn't be taught as something to be learned on its own, but as an integral part of a communicative task. So it should be today we're going to talk about last weekend, rather than today we're going to do the past simple. Communicative needs, therefore, should determine what grammar comes up during a lesson. Remember, the purpose of grammar is to make meaning clear. This is much better and more fun than spending a long time practicing grammatical structures in isolation. And when it's done in context, students also get to see how the grammar fits into the bigger picture and how grammar supports meaning and communication. Seeing how grammar fits into the bigger picture of communication is a bit like standing on a hilltop, gazing out over the countryside spread out before you. You can see fields dotted with animals, woodland, maybe a river and some distant farmhouses. You can see the big picture. Next, you take out a pair of powerful binoculars and you focus in on one of those fields. Now you can see cows grazing or sleeping, a farmer fixing a fence, and bales of hay stacked outside a barn. So now you see some of the detail, a detailed part of the big picture. Then imagine you take the binoculars away and you focus back on the whole scene again, except now you have a better grasp of some of the detail within the whole scene. You know that there are cows and bales of hay and a farmer fixing a wall. You have a better understanding of the big picture because you know some of the details that make it up. In language terms, the big picture, the view of the countryside spread out before you, is the meaning, the communication. What you see through the binoculars, the cows, the farmer, the hay, is grammar. So what I'm going to suggest is that you teach grammar like this, as part of a bigger picture, as part of communication, that you teach grammar within the context of communication, not on its own. And in the next lecture, I'm going to go through how to design lessons in exactly this way, in an approach called task-based learning.
If your student needs to do some extended or some lengthy writing tasks, those are often done outside of lesson time because they take up quite a bit of time, but there's still a lot of scope for doing short, focused writing activities during lessons. So what I'm going to do in this lecture is look at some of the writing activities that you can do which can form part of your lesson. So here are a few ideas. First of all, note-taking. It's a very important skill, actually, this, and it's often neglected in lessons. Taking notes basically from a spoken text, and many students have to do this. Many students have to take notes, especially those who are attending lectures at university or people who work in professions who may have to attend conferences such as doctors and pharmacists. So they may often have to take notes at conferences. So if your student needs to take notes in lectures, in conferences and so on, this is a very good area, very useful area for them to practice. And you can practice note-taking really easily. You can just find a text that relates in some way to your student's needs or interests, and you read it out while the student takes notes, usually by writing down some key words. And then at the end of that activity, where once you finish reading something out, your student then needs to try and summarize the notes that they've taken, so they can give a short summary of what you read out to them afterwards. Alternatively, you could show them a short video during the lesson, and you can ask your student again to take notes and then report back to you. TED Talks, that's www.ted.com, is an ideal resource for the kinds of lectures, academic and professional lectures, that often students of English need to understand and listen to. Short news bulletins also are a good kind of resource for this. If your student's got some kind of difficulty, finds it really hard, then prepare some questions for them in advance of the lesson so that their attention is focused on the questions that you've set them. If you don't set the questions, it can be too difficult for some students because they don't know what to listen for. Here's another idea. Sentence expansion, I call it. It's all about growing sentences. You can give your student a short sentence such as, "The cat was sleeping." And your student needs to grow the sentence, to expand the sentence, usually by adding adjectives and adverbs. So, for example, the the fat white cat was sleeping on the bed. Or they could add in clauses, such as the fat white cat, which had eaten the grey mouse, was sleeping on the bed. Or you could say, I don't know, the bed, the blue bed which the owner had just bought from IKEA. So they can expand the sentence quite a lot, actually. As an extra challenge, you could actually start a sentence expansion activity with 2 words that have the grammar stripped out. So instead of the cat was sleeping, you can just give them words like cat, sleep. And so they've got to add in the ing on the end of sleeping. You could also, this is a great way actually of getting the student to add in articles like the and a, auxiliary verbs, the correct endings of words. They've got to really think about the endings of words. Here's another simple idea, postcards. You can show your student a postcard. You can easily find these on Google, actually, in Google Images. So here's one from Turkey and Poland. Here's another one from Moscow. So you can ask your student to write a brief postcard about a holiday to one of these places. They could use the pictures on the postcard as prompts. So on Wednesday, I visited St. Basil's Cathedral. It was a beautiful cathedral. The weather was very sunny, for example. Or they could write, of course, a postcard about a recent holiday of their own. Another idea, application forms. Filling in application forms, it's a really important skill for adults and older teenagers, especially if they're applying for jobs or for university or for applying for something online. So they often have to fill in application forms, but the language in application forms can be quite tricky. It can be very specialized, very formal. So you can find some blank application forms quite easily on the internet. This is one I found earlier. And you can email it to your student before the lesson. And then during the lesson, you can help them complete the application form. So here, I think this is a college application form. There's tricky language there, like placement required. Further down, next of kin, national insurance number. Here's another application form for a driving license. Writing here is quite small, but again, there's lots of very dense, very technical language here on this particular application form. Convictions. Another activity idea is timed writing. You simply give your student a set number of minutes to write about something. So, for example, what they did last weekend, description of a football match they watched on TV, 3 things they want to do by the time they're 40 years old. And you can give them maybe 5 minutes, a 5-minute burst of writing activity during the lesson. But instead of just getting your student to write everything on their own, you could do a bit of what we call shared writing, collaborative writing. So you and the student write something together. You work together to write something. So, for example, you could write a story with your student. You could start off the story such as, the young boy walked into the dark, haunted house. And then your student's got to come up with another sentence which takes the story on a little bit more. And you take turns to write. And what you do as the teacher, ideally, is to ensure the story moves on in a particular direction, so that it forces the student to come up with new language. You can also help the student alter their language, reformulate their language, improve their language. You can draw the student's attention to the correct form of something. So here's an example, teacher-student, so that you'd start off, the young boy walked into the dark, haunted house. Now, your student might reply, he'd go up the stair. He'd go up the stair. Now, there's 2 mistakes here. So you could choose one of their mistakes, and in your next sentence, reformulate with something like, he went along the corridor, he went. Hopefully the student will work out from what you've written that for their next sentence, they should write went, not go. Let's see, yeah, he went in the bedroom. There's another mistake there, of course. But then you can say he went into the kitchen later on in the story. I call this story tennis, by the way. You take it in turns to hit the story. And you can do this in Skype's text conversation box or a text messaging app like WhatsApp, or you could do this as an online collaborative document. Google Docs is ideal for this kind of activity, or you could do it on an online whiteboard as well. Another idea is fill in the blanks. Simply, you give your students some sentences which they need to complete with certain words here. And if your student needs help to fill in the blanks, you can give them the missing words. Texting you can do as well, using SMS. Very common activity all over the world. And because of that, it's a useful writing activity. Again, you can use Skype's text conversation tool. Give the activity a real communicative purpose. So maybe arranging to meet up for dinner, or talking about asking questions, getting answers on something. Blogging's another idea. In fact, I strongly suggest that you encourage your student to try and keep a blog in English. And it's a great way of encouraging them to write English on a regular basis. They could write simply a sentence or two on something they've done or thought about during the day, or about a hobby, something they've done, and hopefully over time they'll see how their writing's improved. It's a great way of motivating them to learn more. And crucially, blogging gives your student a real audience for their writing. Normally a student writes only for their teacher, but with blogging, a student is potentially writing for the whole world. Another simple idea is dictation. So the teacher reads something out, the teacher listens and writes it down. Very simple. Quite an old-fashioned idea, but it can be effective, especially if the text you read out to the student focuses on a particular aspect of grammar that your student is finding difficult. So you dictate a short text to your student, either type it down or write it down. They could type it into Skype or into Google Docs. Very simple activity. A variation on dictation is called the dictogloss. This is a very powerful, very effective adaptation of straightforward dictation. And it's actually a very common activity in a lot of English language classrooms. I often use it with students, and students seem to love it as well. Basically what you do with the dictogloss, again, like a dictation, you read out a short text, but crucially, when you read out the text, you read it out at normal speed or very close to normal reading speed. And you might need to read it out 2, possibly 3 times. Let me give you an example of how a dictogloss works. Here's a short text. Maybe it might be on something they know or something they've just studied. And it's a good idea for the short text to include some grammar or some language that they're having difficulty with, that they need practice with. Things they should already know, but often forget. So here's a short text, and you read this out at normal or close to normal reading speed. Manchester is a city in the north of England. It has a population of just over 500,000. The city is quite modern, but there has been a settlement here for 2,000 years. While you read this out to the student needs to write down as many words as they possibly can which is quite difficult because you're reading too fast for them. So they may write down notes like this. So you can see they've not got all the words down. You've got some important words there, but by no means all the words. So on the first listening to the text that you read out, they've got to write down as many words as they can. They may write down some mistakes, of course, with spelling and grammar. They might miss out the endings of words. So if you look at, we've got quiet. Well, I said quite. There is misspelt. Nor, not north. So they'll often make mistakes on the first listening. But you read it out a second time, again, at normal or close to normal reading speed. And the second time, the student tries to write down some more words. So they might have notes like this, second time. So Manchester is city in North England, its population over 500,000, and so on. So the student writes down some more words. They might need a third time to do this, but I wouldn't give them more than 3 times to listen to. Normally, I just do it twice. And then, this is the tricky bit for your student, they need to turn these notes into grammatically correct sentences. They have to write down exactly what you read. In my experience, normally students will miss out things like articles, the ends of words, small words, also like prepositions of, from, to, on, they might miss out. So your student turns these notes into full sentences. Something like this. So Manchester is city in the North England. It has a population over 500,000. The city quiet, modern. There has been settlement for 2,000 years. The final stage of a dictogloss, the most important part, is basically a spot the difference activity for your student. Because now what you're going to do is either read out or show your student the text that you read out in the first stage of the dictogloss. And their task then is to spot the difference between their version of your text and your text. So they've got to look at the two texts. What differences can they see? Let's have a look. What differences, what mistakes did they make? Well, they missed out. North of England. It has a pop. And so these are all the mistakes they made. And this activity, this spot the difference activity, draws the student's attention to the gaps in their language knowledge. And it's this noticing of the gaps in their language knowledge that makes a dictogloss such an amazingly powerful activity. I'm a big fan of the dictogloss for this reason. So that's something that you can try out with your student in your lessons. Some tips about dictogloss, though: keep the text very short, especially when you do it for the first time. A dictogloss shouldn't be too long. It should be on a topic that they're familiar with, so they don't have to think too much about the meaning of the text. So it's a great activity to use. So there you are. There are some writing activities that you can use in your own online lessons. With people all over the world communicating online via the internet, writing has probably never been more important than it is today. People need to write for personal, professional, and academic reasons. They need to write emails, articles, reports, essays. They might need to write as part of an exam. You've got blog posts, posts to social media, and much more besides. So writing is an area that you shouldn't ignore. And in fact, many of your students will want to write a lot better in English. And in fact, writing is also a great niche area for you to focus on when you're thinking about offering lessons. So in this lecture, I'm going to give you some ideas for how to teach writing, and also I'm going to look at why some students may have problems with it. Let's look at the problems first, actually. In some ways, writing is actually easier for students than speaking. When speaking, people have to think about what to say and say it almost at the same time. But writing at least gives you more time to think, and that's really important for students learning English as a foreign language. They need more thinking time, and writing gives them that opportunity. So when a student's writing, they can pause, they can think, go back, change, edit what they've written. But here's the trouble. Writing is also very much less forgiving than speaking. People don't tolerate errors in writing as much as they tolerate errors in speaking, especially in areas like grammar. So learners have got to make a lot more effort getting their grammar right, as well as the meaning of what they're writing. Now, a lot of students, therefore, don't like to write because it can be so difficult. Not only do they have to think about vocabulary and the meaning of what they're writing, but they've also got to concentrate on less interesting things like grammar, spelling, punctuation, and handwriting. And often they don't have a real audience for their writing, especially in lessons. In lessons, it's only their teacher who gets to read what they write, so writing feels less real than speaking. So what you as a teacher need to do is to make the process of writing more fun and more meaningful, and to help your student through the stages of the writing process. There are lots of different types of writing, and it's important to think about what kinds of writing your student needs to practice. Another reason why a needs analysis is so useful. I mean, does your student need to write academic essays for school, for university, or for an examination? Do they need to write business emails or to write business reports? Do they need to practice writing stories for school? Learners will usually need practice writing lots of different types of text, including letters, maybe newspaper articles, journals, diaries, postcards, blogs, websites, for example, adverts, reviews, comments, guides, leaflets. But it's important for you to know what it is your student wants to write and match up those tasks with what it is they want to do with English. At a more general level, though, writing can be split into two areas: formal writing and informal writing. Formal writing includes such things as job applications, essays, reports. Informal writing, things like postcards to your family, emails to friends, and sometimes blog posts. And the language required for formal writing is often very different from informal writing. Here's an example of an informal text. Hi Mum, hope all's well, having a great time in Wales, see you soon, love, Tim. And here's an example of a formal piece of writing. Dear Mr. Ermintrude, thank you for your letter of the 15th of June. I will send you a copy of the report, along with information about our latest product. I look forward to seeing you at the next board meeting. Yours sincerely, Dr. Timothy Evans. It's the same writer, but different styles of writing. In the formal text, you've got a lot more grammar, and also you usually have much more precise wording. It's also the area, formal writing, it's the area that the learners may have the most difficulty with. Incidentally, if you're interested in teaching a particular niche connected with writing, I mentioned this just now actually, one area in demand from students is academic writing. And lots of students who are learning English also have to write academic essays in English, such as those studying at universities in English-speaking countries. Good academic writing requires lots and lots of formal language and specific phrases, and lots of students would love to have a teacher helping them to do this online. So give a thought to offering academic writing as a niche. So let's look now at when you should actually do writing. Good writing involves 4 stages: planning, writing, feedback, and rewriting. Rather than getting your student to write during a lesson, which will be a bit boring for you, your lesson time together is much better spent in the stages before and after your student does their writing. So firstly, at the planning stage, helping your student before they write, helping them to plan for the writing task, for example, by giving them useful language, and secondly, by giving your student feedback on their writing after they write, and then by helping them to rewrite their work based on that feedback. So at the end of one lesson, you can help your student plan their writing. After the lesson, your student can go away and write, and then in the next lesson, you can give your student lots of feedback and help them to do a rewrite. So now I'm going to look in more detail at the planning, feedback and rewriting stages. So the planning stage, that should involve getting the student to talk about the topic they're going to write about. This is often known as talk for writing. And talk for writing can involve brainstorming useful words and phrases with the student, brainstorming ideas for what to include in the writing, and maybe organising them all into a mind map. You can also help your student in the planning stage by showing her examples of the kind of text they're going to write, which gives the student a model to follow. For lower level students, the writing task could be what we call a substitution text, where your student takes the model text you gave them and changes certain words and phrases to create a different story or description. It's the same structure, just different words. So for example, the model text might read, "The girl was walking along the street with her cat when the monster appeared." But your student might write, "The boy was running along the path with his mum when the vampire appeared." The planning stage is where you can feed in useful language that could be included in the piece of writing. As your student tries to talk about what they're going to write, they're going to stumble naturally and realise they don't know how to say something, and this is where you come in. A good planning stage means your student can go away and write armed with lots of good language and lots of great ideas. Once they've written the piece, they can email it to you, giving you time to give the writing a quick look over before the next lesson. Alternatively, they could type into something like Google Docs and share the document with you. And when the next lesson comes around, you'll be ready for the feedback and rewriting stages. In my experience, students' writing will almost certainly be riddled with lots of errors. This is often because the student, or hopefully because the student, tried their very, very best and experimented with new words and phrases, kind of unsure whether they were right or not, but giving it a go anyway, safe in the knowledge that you're there to correct them or confirm their language guesses. You act as a kind of safety net for their language, in effect. In the real world of writing, say for a boss or a customer or an examiner, learners are going to play it safe, but with you, they should feel safe enough just to have a go. And in fact, mistakes, they're a great thing to have because it means that your student's writing can be used as a resource for new learning. It allows you to give your student feedback, and it then allows your student to use this feedback to rewrite their writing. And here's how it can be done. Here's a short piece of writing written by one of my Russian elementary level students, Dasha. Yesterday I go shopping mall. I buy socks and shoes. Then I go Starbucks and I drink coffee. Coffee good. Then I meet with my friend. He's named Sasha. We talk about football and say jokes. Then I go to home and I eat my mother. Now, while the writing is riddled with errors, the first thing to note is that almost all the meaning is very clear. Almost all. Dasha has actually communicated the events of her day quite well, but to the teacher, especially native speakers of English, grammatical errors tend to spring out of the page and slap them in the face, so it's easy to focus on the errors. However, it's very important to praise Dasha for the good things she did. I mean, remember, she's only an elementary student, and she's given it a good go. And if all we do is focus on Dasha's errors and not her successes, we'll run the risk that she'll just throw her arms up in despair and give up, or at the very best, she'll play safe in the future and won't try and experiment with new language. And there is lots of good language in the writing, such as we talk about football, and the spelling's almost perfect, so this deserves praise. But what about the errors? There's too many to list, and this means there are probably too many for Dasha to remember, so it's better to focus on 2 or 3 things that she can focus on. Probably the things that affect the communication of meaning the most, or the things that she should by now already know but has perhaps briefly forgotten. In fact, many student errors can be corrected by the students themselves. I perfectly knew that Dasha was more than able to use the past simple tense, but in the challenge of writing, when she had to think about putting across meaning, grammar, spelling, punctuation and typing, all at the same time, the past simple simply slipped her mind. It's perfectly understandable. And once I'd pointed out that she was writing about yesterday, she realised she should have used the past simple. Because she'd shared her writing with me on Google Docs, she was able to correct all but one of those tense errors while I was watching on the screen. So now her writing is much better. Yesterday I went shopping mall, I buyed socks and shoes, then I went Starbucks and I drank coffee, coffee good, and so on. I then explained to her some of her other errors, particularly in her use of articles and prepositions. So went to the shopping mall, not went shopping mall. Some of these she could correct herself or just have a guess at herself. Some needed a bit more prompting or explanation from me. Some errors I didn't deal with in the lesson, but I made a written note of them so that we could practice them at another time. But of course there was one glaring error at the end of the piece of writing. I ate my mother. Really? You ate your mother, Dasher? Of course, we didn't have a budding Hannibal Lecter on our hands, just a student who'd forgotten or didn't know the phrase eat with. But this was the only error that actually affected meaning. I was also able to suggest to Dasher some language to make her writing better overall, so instead of coffee good, I suggested using delicious. And then there was the repeated use of then. I suggested to her that she use next or after that to make her writing a bit more interesting. So by the time we'd finished going through the writing, which included some spelling work, I think just one spelling piece, Dasher was writing this. Yesterday I went to the shopping mall, I buyed socks and shoes, then I went to Starbucks and I drank coffee. Coffee was delicious. After that I met my friend. His name was Sasha. We talked about football and said joke. Finally I went home and I ate dinner with my mother. I thought I'd leave articles, bide, at least some of the articles, the use of bide instead of bought, and the difference between said and told jokes for another day. So the thing is, giving feedback is a balancing act. It's a balancing act between what you feed back on and what you let pass for another time. It's a balancing act between what you praise and what you correct. A balancing act between giving feedback on meaning and giving feedback on grammar. Between giving feedback on something a student should already know and giving feedback on what they probably don't know yet. Between telling them the answer and getting your student to self-correct. It's an imperfect balancing act, and what makes feedback, and I suppose teaching as well, an art, not a science. Just one final point on giving feedback. As my example suggests, I hope, give feedback to a student during a lesson rather than marking their writing outside of lesson time away from the student, especially if you're teaching one-to-one. I'm sure you remember your school days when you did a piece of writing, your teacher took it away from you, and then they return it to you a week or so later, covered in partly illegible red ink, which you promptly put into your bag and forgot about. I mean, no learning came from that. This kind of marking, taking it away from the student, marking it and then giving it back to them, it's so common in our schools today, is actually a complete waste of the teacher's time. So you shouldn't do it. There are two main reasons for this. Firstly, it's better for the student because if the feedback is done as a two-way conversation, which prompts them to reformulate and correct the writing themselves, the student is going to learn a lot more. And secondly, it's better for you because you're not having to give up your valuable time for free by marking writing. Or one more point on rewriting as well. Make sure your student does it during the lesson, unless it's a really long piece of writing. If you give lots of feedback, your student might go away after the lesson and forget what you said and simply repeat the same mistakes again. But if your student rewrites during the lesson, you're still there to prompt and remind them so that they won't make the same mistakes again. I'm going to conclude the lecture by briefly going through those 4 stages again. So the first stage, the planning stage. That's you and your student. You work together during a lesson and you help your student plan what they're going to write about. Stage 2, writing. Your student goes away, no longer lesson time, they're on their own, they try and write. When they finish the writing, they can email it to you. And then in the next lesson, it's the 3rd and 4th stages. It's the feedback stage. So you feed back on their writing. And then the 4th and final stage, your student rewrites their writing until it's almost perfect, certainly at the high end and above of what they're capable of doing as an English language learner. In the next lecture, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some writing activities, often some short writing activities that you can slot into your online lessons. In this lecture, I'm going to take you through some reading materials that you can find online, and you can use these with your students when you want to help them improve their reading skills. So I'll look at about half a dozen different websites. Wikipedia is a good starting point. There are obviously thousands, well, millions of articles in English that you can use with your student. A lot of them, of course, are very detailed, so you'll need to do some adapting with them. So you might need to make the language a little bit simpler or shorter. But the good advantage of using Wikipedia is the articles are in paragraphs. So you can do things like matching headings to paragraphs. You could also do some sentence sorting activities with your students. So these are good resources here. Of course, like I said before, the language is often quite difficult for students. So, fortunately, there was a much simpler website. This is a website called Simple English Wikipedia. So it's a partner website of Wikipedia, but the articles here use much simpler language than the main Wikipedia site. So this is the main Wikipedia site. This is an article on Winston Churchill, but the Simple English one uses much simpler language, simpler vocabulary, and shorter sentences. Another good website is the BBC News website. So you can use some articles from the news website here, but also you could use some of the business news websites. So if you click on the business tab, you get some business articles here. You've also got some tech articles here. Sometimes I use the sports website, which is, where is sport? Here we are. Here's the BBC Sports website. So if your student is interested in sport, then you can take one of the articles here, and then you've got a great resource that you can use with your student. Again, you could do some sentence sorting activities, some matching activities with this too. Another great website is Breaking News English. I won't go into any detail here because this website is so good, I've done a separate video all about it. So you can look at the Breaking News English video and find out more information. Another website is TED.com. Now, TED.com, if you don't know it, is well worth looking at just to learn things. But there are lots of videos on TED.com of people giving talks. So here's one that...
Your tush.
Your
Nowadays,
tush.
people are sitting 9.3 hours a day, which is more than we're sleeping at 7.7 hours.
Okay, now, why can you use this as a reading resource? Well, because with every single video on TED.com, they have a transcript. So you can simply copy this text and you can paste it into a text editor. For example, on my Mac, I've got text edit, so I can simply paste in the article here, take away the number, and there you've got a transcript which you can use with your student. It's good because you can also let your student listen to the transcript while it's being played, so they can listen and read at the same time. It's also possible to find lots of reading materials in course books, in some of the English language course books. This is one of the most popular English language course books, New English file. But this is just an example. So if you do a search on the internet, you can often find some PDF versions of some of the most popular course books. And these often include some reading resources. Okay, you don't need to use the course book page by page by page. You could simply extract some useful reading materials from each unit. So here's one about cheating in sports. So that's some short and useful reading text that you could use with your students. Also comes with some tasks as well, some activities. If you want to access course books, you can also use a website called English 360, which has partnered up with Cambridge University Press, which is one of the big English language coursebook publishers. And it allows you to use some of the course books from Cambridge University Press. I'll just log in so you can see how it works. And under my Teach tab here, you can go to the website yourself and do some explorations and check it out. You can find some of the Cambridge University resources. So here's one about nursing. And you can go through the different units, and you can put the units onto your screen. And you can share your screen with your student, and you can go through the units together. So this is all about medical specimens. There are some discussion questions here, and also listening activities as well, which you can do with your student. And you'll also be able to find some reading materials here as well on this website. Now, the website is actually free for teachers to use by themselves. There is a paid subscription if you want to add students to your particular platform, which is a more formal way of doing it. But what I've found is I simply can use this by doing a screen share. But if you want the students to actually click on things and type in things themselves, you'll need to add them to your account. What I suggest you do with English 360 is go to english360.com, and on the front page there's a video that you can watch so that you can find out more about this particular platform. But this is an interesting way of using this, something I've used myself with some of my students. Okay, so there are a few reading materials that you can use with your students. So in this video, I'm going to go through some extra reading activities that you can do with your student. And I'm going to start off with matching activities. Matching activities are where your student has to match headings, often headings or pictures, with some text that they are reading. And these are very good, certainly if you're matching headings with paragraphs. These are very good for non-fiction texts and academic texts, because they need to summarize the main points of each paragraph with just a few words. So here's an example matching activity. I've got a text from a course book. I've just copied this from a course book, and it's about sport, and they have to match the paragraphs with the headings, the three headings: athletics, football, and fencing, by just quickly reading the text. And here are the answers. So football, athletics, fencing. Now, if you look very carefully at the text, you will see that the words for the sports are not in the text. So they have to use other words as clues. So for the football paragraph, they might look at words like goal, captain, World Cup. For athletics, marathon. And for fencing is quite difficult. The only real word that helps them is the word sword. Prediction activities. These are very useful before your student actually reads a text. So, for example, you might give them some photos to look at, or a list of words, a list of keywords from the text. And using the photo or the keywords, your student will need to predict what the text is about. So, for example, if they're going to read a text about a Mars space mission, you could show them some images of spacecraft and planets. And then you ask them what they think the text might be about. Now, this is really useful. It's not just a guessing game you're playing with them. You're actually giving them a purpose for reading, because when they read the text, they can then check to see whether or not their prediction was correct. And it encourages skim reading as well, which is a very useful reading skill. So doing a prediction activity before asking your student to read a text is a very good idea. Comprehension activities are very traditional activities to do with reading. This is where we encourage students to focus on understanding the details of a text. So for example, here's the text again about the football. And traditionally we might ask questions like, who were England playing? When did Maradona score? Who won the 1986 World Cup? Now these kinds of questions are fine and you can use them, but they are a bit unnatural when we read a text, because when we read a text we don't really need to remember lots and lots of small details. So while these are useful at some points in doing a reading lesson, a more natural approach to comprehension is simply to ask your student to summarize a text, either in writing or verbally. If you're doing a one-to-one lesson over Skype, but you can often ask them to summarize a reading text verbally. So for example, you might ask them to summarize the advantages and disadvantages of something, or the main points, the key points of the text. Or maybe there's a list of items in the text that they could summarize, or maybe the main idea of the text as well. So those are comprehension activities. Picture activities are great, especially if you're doing sorting or matching activities. I've done a separate video on sorting activities. And you can usually find pictures on the internet that are very useful to do in lessons. You can do a quick Google image search. I did a quick Google image search for daily routines, and this is what I came up with. So some nice pictures that you could use during a lesson. And then if you could actually write for your student a short text about a family's daily routine, and then your student can read your text and put the pictures in the correct order. Another great resource for using pictures with reading is the website WikiHow. Now, WikiHow gives you lots and lots of articles about how to do things. So you've got some examples here on the screen. But the reason it's really useful is because the WikiHow articles often come with pictures. In fact, they almost always come with pictures. And you can use these pictures in the text in WikiHow to come up with a lovely picture matching activity. Here's an article about how to survive being bitten by a venomous snake, being bitten by a snake. So you could quite easily just take some of the text. You could do a little screen clipping action there and take each paragraph from the text and the pictures as well. So here are 4 pictures that come from this article. And there you've got a resource. So now your student simply needs to quickly read each paragraph and match each paragraph with one of the 4 pictures. And this is the answer. Another activity, finally, read alouds. These are very, very simple. This is the traditional thing we ask young children to do in school, is to read aloud a text. And this is a great activity for practicing fluency, for your student to practice their fluency. So you just give them a text and they read it. But it's a very good idea for you to read the text to them first, because then they have a model for reading, a model for how to pronounce the words in the text, and they can use your model as a good example for them to follow. So read aloud is another useful activity. So there you are, some reading activities that you can use online with your students. So what I've got here is a text written really for an upper intermediate to advanced student from a course book. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the screen capture tool in my MacBook. There's a similar one for Windows computers. And I can just take a little screen clip of each paragraph like this. You can see I'm dragging the mouse over the entire paragraph. There are 10 paragraphs in total here. And then onto the second page. Like I say, this is quite an advanced text, so if you have a lower level student, then you'll want to have a much shorter text than this, much shorter paragraphs. So the last two are quite long ones. So now, captured all 10. If I go into the desktop, here are the 10 paragraphs, but they're all now separate images. So all 10 paragraphs are separate images. Now I'm going to go into IDroo. I'll create a new board in IDroo. This is the interactive whiteboard that I always use. And it'll create a new board for me. There we are. And then I'm going to select all 10 images and just drag them into IDroo. And IDroo will load up each of those 10 images for me into the whiteboard. So all the paragraphs have now been loaded into IDroo. I've also added in the title just so there's a good starting point for the student. And here are the 10 paragraphs. All you need to do is jumble them up, mix them up, and then when it's time for the lesson, you simply need to ask your student to put all these paragraphs into the correct order. It's probably a good idea to give your student the very first paragraph, which I think is here. There we go. That's the very first paragraph. That gives them a starting point. If you want to give them extra help, you can give them the last paragraph as well. On IDroo, if they need to zoom in, they can zoom in and out and move left with a hand and right, so they can move around. They can click on the arrow and they can drag the boxes around so they can read each paragraph. So it's simply then a job for them to, a task for them to put this into the correct order. And that is a paragraph sorting activity. Another effective reading activity you can do with your students is a text sorting activity. Here's one I've put into IDroo, the online whiteboard. I've basically taken a text from the BBC Sport website, and I've typed it in using the typing tool here on IDroo. I've typed in basically separate lines, and most of the sentences, most of the chunks of text here have been split in the middle to make it slightly easier for the student to work out how to continue the text. So what I would do is I would give the student the first line of the text, which is this one here. Chelsea's terrible start to the season continued as. This is a text I actually prepared for a teenage learner who's interested in Premier League football. So obviously you can choose content that is in line with the student's interests. So all they've got to do is to sort all these lines into the correct order. So Chelsea's terrible start to the season continued as Southampton came from behind to record a stunning victory at Stamford Bridge. You need to know some collocations there for that to work. So then the student can continue to try to sort this into the correct order until they've finished. And that's a text sorting activity. So one of my favourite websites to use with students, especially when I'm helping them work on their reading skills, is Breaking News English, which is basically a website with lots and lots of news stories. And the news stories are written in levels of difficulty, about 7 different levels of difficulty. And there are loads of activities. It's regularly updated. Every couple of days, a new story, a new news story is added. And this has been going on for at least 2 years, I've noticed. So here's one story about a Coffee shop, it's Starbucks that's opened in Kyoto in Japan. This is level 3, kind of intermediate. This same news story is in different levels. Level 0 is the lowest. So you can see in level 3 it says Starbucks has opened a new coffee shop. Level 0, Starbucks opened a coffee shop. So the language has been simplified. Let's go to level 2. And you can see at the top there's lots of different activities you can do, which I love the text jumble activities. These work on devices, touch devices like iPads. So what this does, uses a plugin called Textivate, and the text has simply been broken up into different chunks. And all the student has got to do is to try and put the chunks into the correct order. I think 15 is too hard. 9 is quite a good number. So you can help your student as well by giving them the first chunk, and they simply drag and drop the chunks of text into the correct order. So it has 3 tatami rooms. People sit on cushions and so on. And then at the end, your student can check the answer. They could do this on their own computer and screen share with you, or they could tell you where to move the chunks and you just follow their instructions. Then you can see some other activities too, a sentence match activity. So here they choose the first part of the text, Starbucks. So these are all text reconstruction activities. Open up in Japan and so on. And they can also listen. Here's the listening that goes with it.
Starbucks opens coffee shop with tatami.
So that's the title.
Kyoto. This is breakingnewsenglish.com. Starbucks has opened a coffee shop in Japan's ancient capital of Kyoto. It is unlike any other Starbucks, as it has 3 tatami rooms.
Tatami rooms.
Tatami is a traditional...
So they just have to listen and choose the correct piece of text. Okay, if I go back again, so there are more activities here that you can explore, spelling activities too. But if you go down, there are some more activities, phrase matching activities, where they simply complete the phrase. If I go to level 3, there are more activities here. You've got some warm-up activities that you can do before you do the reading. So students walk around the class. Obviously, this has been written for a classroom, but you can easily adapt these for one-to-one online teaching. So here you simply talk about coffee with your students. So you can ask each other questions like, how often do you drink coffee? What kind of coffee do you drink? Do you drink instant coffee? Do you drink filter coffee? What's your favorite coffee shop? And so on. So you can choose from these warm-up activities. Quite a lot here. Here's a prediction activity, some statements. This is something that your student can do before the activity starts, before they do the reading. So they read these statements and they decide, so they predict whether or not the statement will be true or false. So these are prediction activities. Some synonym matching, they've got to match ancient. What's this? Again, this can be done before you do the reading. This helps your student prepare for the vocabulary in the article. So what's the synonym of ancient? It's old. What's the synonym of unlike? It's different from. They might make a mistake with well-liked. So some phrase matching activities, gap fills. This one I would do after the student has done the reading. Some listening activities, comprehension questions. So loads and loads of activities just with this one text. And this website here has so it's got over 2,000 news stories with lessons built around them. It's an extremely good website. It's actually done by a guy called Sean Banville, who's also got other websites too. If you click on the more lessons, yeah, these are his other websites too. Breaking News English, lessons on movies. So Breaking News English, thoroughly recommended.
Being able to read in a text written in English is an essential part of what it takes to be a proficient user of English. Even if your student just wants to use English to go on holiday in an English-speaking country, they'll still have to make sense of things like signs, adverts, notices, posters and railway timetables. Students studying at universities will of course have to make sense of long academic texts. Reading is therefore an essential skill, and like any skill, it takes lots of practice to get good at it. Reading is a receptive skill, just like listening. It requires the learner to take in language and make sense of it, but not necessarily all of it. Often reading is just about understanding the main idea of a text, what it's about, and we call this gist. Sometimes, though, learners have to read for details in the text, such as facts and opinions, but rarely should you expect learners to understand every single word in a text. One of the most important parts about a reading activity, then, is to make sure that your learner has a purpose for reading, a reason why. Students can very easily become demotivated by reading because of various reasons, because it takes too long to read a text, or it's too difficult, or it's just no fun. But it's still something that's important to do, and there are lots of useful things you can do to help your learners with their reading. First of all, provide them with reading materials that they actually want to read. Don't provide your student with newspaper articles if they're not interested in the news. But if they like reading comics, well, that's another story. If they're into history, give your student some interesting articles from a history website or a magazine. Or are they interested in fashion? Well, then go to a fashion website for your materials. Often you'll find that even if the language in a reading text is too hard for the student, they'll persevere simply because they're so interested in finding out what the article has to say. So make sure you know what your student is interested in and what your student wants to do with English. If your student needs to use English for business purposes, then, well, give them articles on business, not articles on celebrities, unless, of course, they're interested in celebrities. So that's why it's so important to do a needs analysis of your student. Check out the lecture I did earlier on how to do a needs analysis for more information. Now let's look at how we put a lesson together. So imagine you've got a short news article, maybe something you found on the BBC News website about a court case. You know your student wants to become a lawyer someday. You give them a link to the web page so they can read it on their own computer, or you can share your screen with your student, or you can simply display the page in an online whiteboard. So how exactly will you use this text? What stages will there be in a reading lesson? Well, here's how I do it. The first stage is a prediction stage. So before your student even looks at the words in the text, one really good activity is for them to predict what's going to be in the text. If you were using this news article, then you could ask your learner to look at the headline or a photo that came with the article, and then you could discuss the headline and the photo with them. Then you could ask your learner to say what they think the article will be about. This prediction stage gives your student time to retrieve and start using the kind of language that may come up in the text, which makes it much easier to read. The second stage is called skimming. This is where your student reads to get a general understanding of the text, to get the gist of the text. So, for example, you could ask your student to read the text quickly to see if their prediction is correct or not. Encourage them to read the first sentence of each paragraph and to see what sorts of nouns and verbs and phrases appear in the text. What they shouldn't do is to do a reading word by word, because at this stage they're still trying to get a general understanding of the text, so it's often a good idea to give them a time limit of, say, 1 minute. When they've finished, ask them to tell you what the text was about, in a general sense. There's no right or wrong answer here, and no need for you to correct anything. Sometimes it's a good idea to have a very general question that the student can answer at this point. So, using the example of a news story about a court case, this might be a question like, who's on trial and what are they accused of? Another good idea is to ask them to choose a headline to go with the article. To do this, you could cover up or delete the original headline that went with the article, and then they can either come up with their own headline Or you can make up 3 or 4 plausible headlines, and they can choose the best one and say why they think it's the best. Alternatively, they could choose a picture to go with the article, or even a picture to go with each paragraph in the article. The third stage is called scanning. This is when your student reads the text to find more detailed information about the text. A good idea here is to have some specific questions about the text that the student must find the answer to. So give your student a few questions and give them a minute or two to look carefully through the text for the answers. In the fourth stage, your student can give you the answers to the questions, and then you can discuss together the reasons for the answers with you. In my own classes, I usually use an online whiteboard to display the text, either with the text pasted from the website or by using a screen capture tool. And I ask students to highlight where they found the answers to the different questions. I sometimes ask students to underline words they don't understand so that when we've finished reading for detail, we can look at the vocabulary together. The fifth stage is a discussion stage. Here you can talk more freely with your student about the topic of the article, what they felt about it, and so on. An interesting, thought-provoking text can lead to an animated discussion. If you were using the example of a court case on BBC News, you could ask for your students' views on the case. If it was a passage from a story, you could ask them to predict what they think happens next. The key thing in these stages is to give your student a reason for reading and to prompt discussion afterwards. Otherwise, reading simply becomes about reading every single word, and this is something that's rarely necessary when we read. Unless, of course, your aim is to help your student expand their vocabulary, but that's another skill entirely, and of course covered in a separate lecture. Now, it's all very well me suggesting you use text from BBC News or from a novel with your student, but what if they can't understand the text at all? What if there are so many words in the text they simply don't understand it? Well, here are 3 tips to make a text more comprehensible for your student. Firstly, you can pre-teach the vocabulary. If you're going to tackle a difficult text with your student, it's sometimes a good idea to teach some of the more difficult items of vocabulary before they start to read. So before the lesson, go through the text yourself and choose some of the words you think they might have a difficulty with. Then in the lesson, before you give your student the text, go through these hard words with your learner. Don't choose too many though. A good number of new vocabulary items to teach in a lesson is about 8. Listen to the lecture on how to teach vocabulary for some ways to go about pre-teaching vocabulary. A second tip is to simply simplify the text. This basically means editing the text so it's easier to understand. You could make sentences shorter, and you could also replace difficult words with easier ones. So look at this sentence, for example. Lionel Messi put the visitors 3-0 up with a stunning strike halfway through the second half. This sentence uses language that may be unfamiliar to your student, and the sentence is quite long. So, depending on the level of your student, you could edit the sentence like this. Lionel Messi scored a beautiful goal for Barcelona. He scored the goal in the middle of the second half. Now it was 3-0. So if you found a text you know will interest your student, but you know it'll be too difficult for them, just simplify it. If your text is on the screen, you could even do this during the lesson. There are also lots of simplified texts available on the internet. A great source of simplified text is the Simple English Language option in Wikipedia. One excellent source of graded news stories can also be found at breakingnewsenglish.com, which has a selection of regularly updated news stories at different levels of difficulty. The only problem, though, with simplifying text is that students will need to come across more advanced words in order to expand their vocabulary. So if you only use simplified text, then you may be denying your student exposure to the very language they need to learn. Therefore, there is a useful third tip. Instead of making the text easier, make the task easier. So if you're going to use a difficult text with your student, just make the questions easier. This way your student can complete the tasks that you set without having to understand as much of the text as before. Another tip is to encourage your student to read outside of lesson time. Asking our learners to read in their own free time is an excellent way of getting them to practice English. And this is called extensive reading. Remember to encourage your student to read something they're going to enjoy, and that'll keep their motivation high. You can encourage your student to do reading outside of lesson time by having a short discussion each week about the reading they've done in their own time. Remember, this isn't something they need to have corrected or helped with. It's simply allowing them time to talk to you about the things they've read. They could even write a short summary of the things they've read in the previous week. And when the student presents this to you, you can use it as a springboard for a short discussion. So there you have a few concepts behind reading and a few tips for how to teach reading in your lessons. In the next activity, I've included some great reading activities that you can do in your online lessons. In this lecture, I'm going to give you some ways to improve your students' listening skills. I'll look at why it's so important for your student, I'll look at different types of listening, and I'll also take you step by step through a lesson that focuses on listening. But I thought I'd start by looking at listening from the student's point of view and look at why it can be such a challenge for them. For a lot of language learners, and especially for lower level students, listening is actually much harder than reading. You see, when reading a text in English, learners can read as slowly as they want and reread parts of a text if they don't understand it. But when listening to someone speaking English, the speed is controlled by the speaker, not the listener. And so learners often find that it's spoken much too fast for them to understand properly. In addition, in written English, you can clearly see where one word ends and another starts because we put spaces between words. But in spoken English, words frequently blend into each other, making it very hard for learners to pick out words even if they already know them. Your students will also have to get used to listening to lots of different people speaking English when they use English in the real world. Depending on their situation, this list could include school teachers and university lecturers, doctors, a step-parent from another country, TV celebrities, waiters and hotel staff, business acquaintances, lawyers and so on. Many of them who speak English with a strong accent that can be difficult to understand. And I don't just mean, say, New York or Glasgow accents, because English is a global language, your students are almost certainly going to need to understand what non-native speakers of English are saying, people from, say, Germany or China. So this means that just listening to your voice in a lesson is not going to be enough for your learner, not really. And it's often the case that students, they get so used to the voice of their teacher that as soon as they listen to someone else speaking English, their listening skills, they just fall apart. They were not good enough to listen to somebody else speaking English. Your students will also need to understand a wide range of different types of listening, things like news reports, songs perhaps, conversations, speeches, lectures, football commentaries maybe, instructions, timetable announcements, maybe the results of an important medical examination as well. So that means to teach listening well, you're going to need to provide listening material that covers different accents, different styles of speaking, different types of content as well. Incidentally though, if you can crack this, if you can do listening lessons really well, then you could offer lessons that are focused either mainly or entirely around developing students' listening skills. Listening could be your niche English course. It's a very important area, and it's one that's very difficult to do well in classroom-based teaching, because some students, they simply need more time and practice than other students, but they never get the opportunity because often the teachers just wait for the best students to answer the questions, and the ones who are really struggling, they just get left behind. But because a lot of online teaching is one-to-one, then listening is very well suited to the online learning environment. Also, because it's now very easy to find listening materials online. And in the next lecture, I'm going to take you through some of the best listening materials that you can find online. I'm going to show you some great websites. But first, what I'm going to do is take you through the typical steps in a good listening activity. Let's imagine you've got a short listening material. How are you going to use this material with your student? The first thing you should do is to prepare your student for the listening. Don't do the listening straight away. Give your student time to think about what's coming up. One really effective way of doing this is to discuss the topic that's covered in the listening activity before you even do the listening. When you think about a topic, your brain naturally starts to think about words and ideas connected to the topic. So if I were to talk to you about farming, then your brain's going to start thinking about pigs and farmers and cows and fields of grass, tractors, boots, mud, manure, and so on. But let's imagine your student wants to learn how to ask for directions. Maybe they're going to go on holiday next month, and you found a great recording of a tourist asking for directions to the Tower of London. So you can start by asking questions related to that topic. So perhaps about being lost in a strange city, or how to get to a famous landmark in their own hometown. Or you could ask them what they know about London's famous landmarks, or what they know about the Tower of London. You could even ask them where they think the Tower of London is. You could also ask your student if they prefer to use folding maps on paper or maps on their smartphone to find their way around a strange city. By having this informal chat with your student regarding the topic of the listening before you do the listening, you're kind of lighting up the language in their brain, the kind of language that they might hear in the listening, the kinds of vocabulary and phrases that might come up in the listening itself. And this will make the learner a lot more confident when they move into the listening. So the second thing then is to get your student to listen. You need to give your student a reason for listening, a purpose for listening. You've got to give them something to listen for. Now, there are actually two layers to listening. Firstly, we listen for general information about something, what we call listening for gist. And secondly, we listen for detailed information about something. So, for example, when you listen to the morning news on the radio or on the TV, are you really focused on the details of the reports? I mean, if you're like me, probably not. You're probably listening for a general idea of what's happening in the world while you're walking around, brushing your teeth, making the coffee and so on. And you can get that general information from the news headlines and from small snatches of conversation, but not from the whole thing. And this is listening for gist, for general information, for a kind of feel, a general understanding of something. Now let's imagine you're on a railway station platform. You're waiting for a train and the announcer starts calling out the train destinations and the platform numbers and the departure times. Now here you're going to be listening for specific details, so you know exactly which platform to run to. And this is listening for detail. So step 2 in a listening activity is to listen for gist, to get your student to listen for general information. So if your student is going to listen to someone asking for directions to a famous landmark, the Tower of London in this case, your gist question might be something like, where is she? Or where does she want to go? Or does the person she asks help her or not? And then you can play the recording and see if your student can answer a couple of gist questions. And then you can feed back. You can ask your student for the answers. You can discuss the answers. The third step then in a listening activity is for your student to listen for detailed information. So now your student should listen to the recording a second time, but this time you should challenge your student and have them give you a more detailed account to listen for detailed information. Now again, if your student was listening to a recording in which a tourist was asking for directions to the Tower of London, you could ask your student to draw a simple map, a sketch map, to show how to get to the Tower of London. They could do this on a piece of paper and then show it to you via the webcam, or even better, they could draw the map on an online whiteboard, or they could answer some questions that you give them about some details in the recording. Listening for detailed information is a lot more challenging for the learner because it requires them to hear details that might be coming thick and fast. So they've got to listen very, very carefully, very, very actively as well. So those are the 3 steps in a typical listening activity. You firstly discuss the topic that the recording is related to with your student. Secondly, give your student a couple of gist questions. Then your student listens to the recording once and tries to answer them. And thirdly, give your student a few detailed questions or a short task where they've got to listen for details, and then they can listen again, feedback again, and then you can discuss the answers to the questions with your student. And if necessary, do another listening of the material. Sometimes your student might have to listen to a recording 3 or 4 times before they really understand it. That's no problem. Maybe the language in the recording was too difficult for them, or the speaker was speaking too quickly. But, hopefully over time and with more practice, your student will get better and better at listening to the recordings. Well, I say hopefully. I know for a fact that they will, because a lot of listening is simply about practice and trying again and again, and then the student gets better and better. If your student is struggling to understand a recording, then here are a few ways you can help them. Firstly, if you have one, or if you can make one, give your student a written copy of the recording, something that's called a transcript. If they can see the words from the recording while they listen, they'll find understanding the details much easier. You don't have to give them that at the outset, but if they're struggling, maybe give them the transcript later on during the activity. Second idea is, when playing the recording, you can stop it at key moments where information is coming up, so it'll help your students find the answers to questions. It means they don't get lost when they're listening to the recording. Third way, as I've said before, don't rely on just one playing or 2 playings of the material. Your student might need to listen again and again, especially if they're lower level, especially if the recording is too difficult for them. Which brings me on to a 4th tip. Don't choose listening materials that are too challenging, because they can demotivate your learner if they can't hear anything in it. So it's a good idea to try and find recordings that are just good enough for your learner, and that would encourage them to listen more and to practice their listening more as well. The final speaking activity I'm going to look at, one that's so important that it's worthy of its own lecture, is the role play, which is a classic speaking activity used in lots of English language classrooms. Role plays are basically a couple of people, sometimes more, acting out a real-life scenario. So it's a great way of practicing the actual situations that your student is likely to come across when they start to use English. So the kinds of situations you could role play, it depends on how your student is going to use English, but some possible ideas are, for example, buying a train ticket from a ticket office, checking into a hotel at the hotel reception, describing an ailment to a doctor, showing a visitor around the office. The list is endless. Role plays, they basically overcome the problems of having conversational classes because they push your student to use language related to real-life situations, and they will widen your student's experience in English without them ever having to leave their chair. So, how do you set up a role play? Well, first of all, think about the kind of language your student is going to need in order to complete the task. So, for example, if your role play is a customer calling a cinema to buy some tickets, think about the kind of language the student will need to do this. So for that particular role play, your learner may require language such as, what movies are showing tonight? What time does the movie start? What time is the first showing? Can I pay by credit card? Can I have a seat near the back? Now, ideally, find an example of the kind of conversation, the kind of role play you want to practice with your student on the internet. So have a look on YouTube or the British Council's website. Also, English language course books, if you have access to one, they will have lots of audio recordings and so might very well include exactly the kind of conversation you want to role play with your student. Alternatively, how about you write your own conversation and practice playing this out with your student? These will provide an excellent model for the kind of language that you want your student to practice in the actual role play itself. And then after listening to the conversation or practice one, you can draw your student's attention to the language actually used in the conversation. Listen to the lecture on grammar for some ways to do this. And then you're ready to begin the role play. Your student will often need lots of help at first because thinking about what language to use and when and in what order and how to respond to you can be too overwhelming for the student at first. So it's often a very good idea, especially with lower level students, to give your student a framework with some conversation prompts. Here on the screen is an example of a role play framework. As you can see, this framework is quite detailed. It starts off with the cinema assistant greeting the customer. Then the customer, they say that they want to buy a ticket for tonight. The cinema assistant asks, what film do you want to see? And so on. So you can take your student through those steps in the role play framework with your student acting out one part and you acting out the other. Now, in this kind of situation, you'd want to give your student a couple of minutes to read through the role-play framework before starting the role-play. If your student's more confident, you can give them simple instructions rather than a framework like the one on the screen here. So, for example, instructions might say something like this. You want to buy a cinema ticket for tonight. Call the cinema and find out what movies are showing, what time the last movie begins, how much a ticket for one adult is. When you have finished, choose a time and buy the ticket using your credit card. Instructions like these will help your student organise their thoughts and prompt them to make questions and to get the relevant information from you. Then, the two of you, teacher and student, you can do the role play. At first, it will still be difficult for your student, and your student will probably, in fact almost certainly, make lots of mistakes. So here is a golden rule to use when doing role plays. Repeat, repeat, repeat. In other words, give your student lots of opportunities to repeat the role play so that they have opportunities to improve both their fluency and their accuracy. After several tries, they might even be able to do the role play without looking at their framework or their instructions. In fact, this is really the goal of a role play, to do it automatically without too much thinking and without reading too many notes, because basically that's what your student will have to do in the real world outside of your lessons with them. So try using role plays with your students. They're great fun and a really powerful, very effective way of pushing your student to use precisely the language that they're going to need to use in the real world.
In this lecture, I'm going to take you through some speaking activities that I've often used in my online lessons and which have helped my students improve their speaking skills a great deal. Just couple of general points first of all. Firstly, in the typical English language classroom, when you've got quite a lot of students, teachers will often pair up students for their speaking activities, and the teacher will often simply act as a kind of monitor of these activities, and they'll listen into conversations, and they'll occasionally give feedback or prompts to the students who are engaged in the speaking activity. But online teaching is often different, often because it's usually done in a one-to-one situation. So if your online English lessons are on a one-to-one basis, then that means that you, as the teacher, in a speaking activity will basically play two roles at the same time. You're going to play the role of the conversation partner to your student as well as the teacher. Now, personally, I find this a much more natural and much easier way to interact with and also provide feedback for students. And the activities I'm about to describe are ideally suited to these kinds of one-to-one interactions that you get in online English lessons. Second point is about repetition. Repeat, repeat, repeat. You can and should give your students opportunities to repeat an activity. And this gives them the opportunity to improve and to refine their linguistic performance. And it also means they have the chance to use any feedback that you've given them. So, for example, if they're giving a short 2-minute talk, then at the end of the talk, you as the teacher can give them some feedback and help them improve. So perhaps the feedback might be with pronunciation or with some language errors. And then ask your student to repeat the activity. Because the second time they do it, they should be able to complete the activity with much greater accuracy, better fluency, and with a lot more confidence. So they'll be able to improve. So don't be afraid to let your students repeat any of these activities. So I'm going to take you through 10 activities that I've used in my online English lessons, and the first one is called Investigative Journalist, which is just a slightly more exciting name for an interview. So in an interview, either you or your student acts as an interviewer who asks the questions, and the other person, either you or the student, acts as the interviewee who gives some answers. It's important to note, though, that the interviewer is going to use entirely different language to the interviewee, because the interviewer, of course, is using question forms, which are often quite short, whereas the interviewee is going to give answers, often quite extended answers. So it's therefore very important here to swap roles so that your student gets to use a wider variety of language and also gets to hear from you a wider variety of model language. Interviews can be done on a wide range of topics, for example, childhood, favourite things, what you did during the last holiday, and many, many more, of course. Different topics are better suited for students at different levels. So familiar topics such as family, hobbies, and favourite things are better suited for beginners because they use common vocabulary and the present tense, and of course the familiar topics. Intermediate students could practice past tense structures by giving answers and asking questions about something in the past, like their childhood. And interviews for more advanced students could involve talking about hypothetical situations and making predictions, such as, what would you do if you won the lottery? Or what do you think the world would be like in 1,000 years' time? Now, the structure for a paired interview can go like this. So you start off with you interviewing your student about a particular topic. While your student answers, take notes on what they say. And then at the end of the student's answers, you can summarize those answers back to the student. Why, you asking, I hope? Well, this will be a language model for your student to use later in this sequence, because now you're going to swap roles. And next, your student interviews you. So they could use the same questions as you asked them. And again, they should make notes of your answers, and then after 5 minutes or so, your student should summarize your answers. Why summarize, though? Well, the summary is important because if your student knows they have to summarize your answers, then it gives them a purpose for listening. If there was no summary to do, then when your student was asking the questions, they might just simply switch off as soon as you started speaking. It's also quite a useful linguistic challenge, having to do a summary, because it necessitates a slight transformation of language. So, for example, if the interviewee said, "I have 3 brothers," then the interviewer will need to say in their summary, "You have 3 brothers." So there's a slight change of language, they're very, very small. And if you want to give them a bigger challenge, you could ask them to use reported speech. And the reported speech would be, "You said that you had 3 brothers." So in reported speech, that usually involves pushing the tense back one place, pushing it back in time. So that's how you can do the investigative journalism activity. The interviewer as well, but as well as an interview, you can have summaries too. One of the best ways of encouraging your student to use a variety of language is by using pictures. Now, the simplest of these activities is simply to ask your student to describe a picture. I mean, after all, they say a picture tells 1,000 words, so that means one picture will be a wonderful prompt for lots of rich language. And pictures are really easy to find on the internet, of course, and they can be a static scene or an image in which something's happening. So describing pictures is a really good activity to use with your students. But if you want to extend things further, to make it more of a challenge for your student, then you can do this activity, which is called describe and draw. In this speaking activity, your student describes a picture and you draw it like this, except of course you're doing it online. As your student describes their picture, then you can either draw your picture on a sheet of paper or on an online whiteboard. Now, if you do the latter on an online whiteboard, it means that your student can see what you're drawing as they describe their picture. And so they can correct you if they need to. So it involves a bit more interaction. So again, it makes it a little bit more challenging if they can see the picture being drawn in front of you. One good idea, which I often do, is when I'm drawing on the online whiteboard, I will deliberately make mistakes, because this will force my student to correct me, which again uses even more language. So they might say something like, "Oh no, the girl is on the left of the table, not on the right." At the end of your student's description of the picture, then you can compare your drawing with your student's drawing to see how closely they match. You could also discuss what the differences are between your two drawings. So it's quite an advanced, quite a complex activity, getting your student to describe a picture which you then draw. Because it's quite challenging, then it's quite a good idea to swap the roles first. In other words, you start off this activity with you, the teacher, describing a picture and your student drawing the picture. Now, this is a listening activity, of course, not a speaking one, because the student's just listening to your description. But it will support speaking once you swap, because the language that you used to describe the picture is an excellent language model for the kind of spoken language that your student will need when it's their turn to describe a picture. When you're doing these describe and draw activities, I find it's best to use a fairly simple picture, such as a line drawing or a cartoon. These are simpler, more straightforward to describe because there's less detail and they're less ambiguous, but the language is still quite challenging. And you can find lots of pictures like this if you Google colouring in pictures on the internet. You can, before the lesson, you can email some of these pictures to your student and ask them to choose one to describe. Or you could simply get your student to draw their own picture and describe that. Now, these pictures don't have to be Rembrandt, they're just a stick man drawing would work fine for these. Here's another picture with a bit of action happening. So your student might say, there is a girl on the left of the picture and she is running. She is holding a beach ball. She is wearing a short skirt. A boy is chasing the girl. There are 3 palm trees behind the girl, and so on. If your student is describing the picture, then it's also a good idea to ask them some occasional questions, so it makes your interactions a bit more like a conversation. So you could ask your student, what's the boy doing? Are there any coconuts in the palm trees? Is the girl happy or sad? So as you can see, there are endless ways to talk about a very simple picture. Another activity I've used a lot is called freeze frame. So here you give your student a picture and you ask them to tell you what they see in the picture. And when they've finished, ask them to describe what they think happened before this scene. And also maybe what happened after the scene. So your student will basically be creating a story. Now, images from movie scenes are great for this. Here's a picture from the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. This is actually a freeze frame movie image because this is how the movie ends. So we don't actually know what happened afterwards. But of course, your student can have a guess. They can make up a story as to what happened to them after. Here's another activity. It's called a reformulation. Here's how it works. So ask your student to give a short talk. This could be anything about themselves, describing something they did, talking about the company they work for, or their school, or they can chat about their weekend. And while they do that, you, the teacher, need to listen carefully. Take notes, such as the content, the ideas in their talk, as well as any language they may have used. Note down, in particular, any language errors they made or any language they struggled with. Then, repeat back to your student the gist of their short talk. Just the gist, not every detail, but reformulate what they said. In other words, improve it, correct any errors, replace language they had any problems with, and you might want to explain some of the changes you made to your student's original talk. So you basically repeat back to your student their talk with improvements. Then your student gives their talk again a second time, but this time they can use some of the language that you used when you were retelling their talk. In other words, your version of their talk should have helped them notice the gap between their language and the language you used. You can actually keep repeating this a few times, with you retelling their talk again, so long as each time your student will have a way of improving on their most recent talk by using your reformulated language. So it's a kind of back and forth, retelling the same story, but each time it gets improved. Another activity is called drilling. This is simply a way of getting your student to repeat or slightly modify statements that you make. It's often dismissed as a bit of an old-fashioned activity, but it gets your students speaking without having to think about what to say. I mean, it basically eases the cognitive burden on your students so they can focus on improving their pronunciation and fluency without having to think about ideas, words, or grammar. So when doing a lesson on, say, a particular grammatical structure, this gives your student the opportunity to get their tongue around that particular structure simply by drilling it. So, for example, it might simply be repeating a phrase or sentence. So you can say to your student, "I'd like to go to." And your student will repeat, "I'd like to go to." So that's one way of drilling. Or you can use substitution drilling. So, for example, you might be wanting to use the phrase "I used to." And you might want to get your student to pronounce it properly. So instead of saying "I used to," we often use a weak form, "I used to." "I used to play golf." So your student can repeat that, "I used to play golf." And then with a substitution drill, you would say one word, "tennis." And your student says, "I used to play tennis." "Football." "I used to play football." Or you could substitute some grammar, so "I go to work." He goes to work. So that's a simple activity to get your student thinking, speaking, but not thinking too much. Ranking. In a typical ranking activity, you're going to ask your student to rank some items and then justify their ranking. So, for example, you could ask your student to rank Italian food, Spanish food, Chinese food, Thai food, and so on, from most delicious to least delicious, and then ask them to explain the reasons for their choice. It's a very good prompt for some extended language if they have to justify their choice. Other ideas, 7 things to rank is actually quite a good number. So you could ask your student to rank 7 animals from fastest to slowest, or 7 animals from cutest to nastiest, or rank 7 sports according to their most to least favourite, 7 countries according to how democratic they are, or whether or not you'd like to live there, or 7 favourite free time activities. I think 7's the ideal number there. And this kind of task is quite useful because if your student wants to successfully tell you why they've made these choices, done this particular ranking, they're going to have to use language to give opinions such as "I believe," "I feel that," "I think," and "in my opinion." And they've also got to use comparative language such as Italian food is fresher than English food, or Thai food is spicier, "I prefer rich sauces," or "I think Russian salads are the tastiest." So they've got to use comparatives when they do ranking as well. Here's another activity, disappearing dialogue. I love this one. It's based around a conversation between two people, a dialogue. You can either use a dialogue from a course book, or you can find one online, or often quicker and easier, you can write your own. Here's one I wrote earlier. So you can copy the text of this dialogue onto an interactive whiteboard, and then you can practice this dialogue with your student, with one of you playing the role of the waiter, one of you playing the role of the customer, and then delete some of the dialogue. This actually works probably best as a slideshow. You can move between the slides. So you can delete individual words at first, or whole phrases later on. Whole structures can later on be removed. So we can take more words away here. And then the two of you have now got to try and do this dialogue with the language missing. So there's a bit of memory work involved here, a bit of language work as well. And you can keep on doing it and keep on doing it until maybe that's all you've got left. And the idea of doing this is that the ideas and the language contained in the dialogue will have moved from the whiteboard into your learner's memory. Spot the difference is a very popular activity, and it's a type of activity known as an information gap activity. Basically, in an information gap activity, one person has information that the other person doesn't, and vice versa. Now, the describe and draw activity I mentioned earlier is a type of information gap activity. It means your learner has to use their language skills to find information that you have, and vice versa. So it gives your learner a purpose for communication, because they've got to find out the information that you have. And a spot the difference activity is an ideal way of doing an information gap activity online. So here's a typical spot the difference picture, which I found on the internet. So you can send your student the picture on the left while you have the picture on the right. So your student might ask you, what colour are the curtains? Or is there a pattern on the curtains? Or how many lemons are there on the table? So you should be able to find quite easily spot the difference activities, spot the difference pictures online. So just Google spot the difference. Reading aloud is another activity I've used. So like drilling, reading aloud is a great way of helping your students improve their fluency, of getting their tongue around the language. Reading aloud is a kind of bridge between reading and speaking. So students can read out a text without having to think of what to say, so they can focus on their fluency, their pronunciation, including such things as intonation. So if you're doing a reading task, just simply ask your student to read the text out to you. And this also works well if your student has done some writing. They can read their writing out to you. And this is especially useful for lower level learners who may, for example, have difficulty with individual sounds or word stress. Now, if you've got a lower level learner who does have difficulty with things like that, then it's a good idea to give them a bit of time to think through a text, think through how they're going to read it before they actually read aloud. So they could, for example, mark the stressed words in a sentence, or whether pauses should be used when they're reading the text out. Mini presentations are another great activity. So give your student opportunities to give a short talk to you about a topic they know something about, maybe connect with the news or a hobby or an interest, something to do with their work or their studies. Just 5 minutes is fine. In fact, that's quite a long time for some students. 2 minutes, 1 minute sometimes is quite enough for some students. But it is very useful. So you can get your student to give you a 5-minute presentation about themselves in one of your first lessons with them, for example. It's also a good idea to have a bunch of quick topic ideas for your students to talk about. So you could say, tell me what you do to look after the environment, or tell me about your last holiday. Lots of different topics they could talk about. Again, it's a good idea to give them the opportunity to repeat this task after you give them a bit of feedback so they can improve their talk. So there are the 10 speaking activities which I would say I use the most when I'm doing my lessons online. I use them either as a self-contained lesson, or the core part of a lesson, and sometimes just as a short activity within a lesson. It depends on your goals and your needs for your student. So there you go. Those are the main speaking activities that I use.
When learning a new language, probably the most fun, motivated and rewarding area for students is speaking. So you'll probably find that most of your students want to speak rather than read, write or listen to English. This speaking could be anything from an informal chat about their day at work to a presentation they've got to give at work or university the next day. For your student, your lesson is their safe haven. It's the place they can make mistakes, and this is the place where they will feel comfortable practicing new words and phrases, talking about new topics, talking about themselves, their dreams and ambitions, and simply making lots of mistakes. Therefore, it's your job as the language teacher to create this safe environment for your learners to work in. It's also your job to encourage your students to do the talking. Think back to your days at school when you were sitting in a classroom, staring at your teacher, probably doodling in your notebook. The likelihood is that your teacher was doing most of the speaking and you just sat there listening. Now, this may be okay for a middle grade science lesson, but you're here to help your learners with the skill of speaking, and the only way to do this is by getting them to speak. Now, I tend to spend a lot of time sitting in coffee shops, and I've frequently come across private English lessons taking place in the corner of the coffee shop with the teacher and her student sat together. But a lot of the time it seems to be the teacher who does most of the talking, telling the student all about her experiences in Thailand and her family back in the UK and her dog and her gerbil and anything else she can think of while her student sits, smiles, nods and sips her coffee. You know, the student might be happy to listen, but is she actually learning anything? There is a theory of language learning that claims students can learn a foreign language like English simply by listening and reading. I have to tell you now that this is complete and utter nonsense. Speaking English is a skill. It needs to be practiced, just as you learn to drive a car by driving a car, and just as you learn to swim by swimming, you learn to speak English by speaking English. So you don't want to hog the conversation. You want to start it and you want to keep it going. And here are 2 ways you can do this. Firstly, by using open questions. Here's a conversation. We've got a teacher. So what did you do before the lesson today, Yumi? And Yumi answers, I went shopping. And then the teacher says, do you like shopping? And then Yumi says, yes. Here's another conversation. Starts off the same. So the teacher saying, so what did you do before the lesson today, Yumi? Yumi says, I went shopping. And then the teacher says, what did you buy? Then Yumi answers, I buy bag. The teacher says, you bought a bag? What does it look like? And Yumi says, oh, it is brown and it is made of, how you say? Leather? Now, in both conversations, the teacher tried to keep the conversation going by asking questions, but they were different types of question. In the first conversation, the teacher asked, do you like shopping? While in the second conversation, he asked the question, what did you buy? The first question is an example of a closed question. His student only needed to give a one-word answer, yes, or perhaps no, whereas the question in the second conversation was an open question. His student had to give some information. Using open questions like this pushes the learner to extend their responses with new words or phrases, which the teacher can often feed in, such as with the word leather. Using open questions also increases a student's talking time during the lesson. Open questions often start with a W word. Where are you going on holiday? Who has been the greatest influence on your life? Why do you want to become a doctor? Closed questions often start with do and did, is and are. Are you going on holiday? Did you buy anything? Do you like hot weather? A second useful tip is to simply shut up. Language learners need a lot more time than native speakers to put their thoughts into speech. They need lots of thinking time. As a teacher, you've got to get used to this uncomfortable silence that happens when your student is thinking about what to say next. And it's really easy for teachers to jump in and fill this uncomfortable silence with their own language, but this can often interrupt your student's thought process. So anyway, there you are, listening contentedly to your student, who's now feeling comfortable enough to tell you in detail about this morning's shopping expedition. The problem is, you're having a very hard time understanding her because of all those mistakes she keeps making. So what do? Do you stop her and correct her language, or do you just let her carry on? In other words, do you concentrate on developing your student's accuracy or her fluency? Accuracy is all about getting the grammar and the words right. Fluency is all about producing the language easily and smoothly. The answer, do you concentrate on accuracy or fluency, depends on what the purpose of this student talk is. Is your student speaking to improve her fluency, to practice some grammar she's learned, to ease her nerves a little, or something else? In most circumstances you can do both. Focus on fluency first, allowing your student to speak while you listen and note down any mistakes she's making, as well as examples of good things she's doing. And then after she's finished speaking, you can go through any errors that you feel are appropriate to cover, while also praising the good language she used. Good idea is just simply let her speak again, giving her the opportunity to put your feedback into action straight away. But if you want to focus solely on the accuracy of your learner's English, perhaps if you've just learned some new words or grammar, and now the learner is going to try and use them, then it would there be appropriate to stop the student straight away and have them try the sentence again. In a previous lecture, I emphasized the importance of teaching a niche rather than doing, say, conversational English, but it's a good idea to include open conversation within any kind of lesson. You'll find as an online teacher, many students will want to practice having a conversation with you, and that's understandable, as your student's only opportunity to have a chat in English may well be with just you. So that 1 or 2 hours a week are valuable for them. So even if you teach something like IELTS or business English, include opportunities for a conversational chat in your lessons. Some teachers, though, want to do just conversational lessons, which is fine. But a lot of teachers assume that conversation or conversational lessons are easy. After all, it's just a chat. But actually, there is a danger that they can become very rigid, unnatural, difficult to execute, and unfulfilling for both student and teacher. And keeping a conversation going, if you're doing conversational lessons for a whole hour, can be exhausting work. I have a friend who used to teach a lady from Japan who wanted nothing but conversational lessons, which was fine, and they had an hour's lesson a week. But in every lesson, they ended up talking about the lady's garden. They must have spent about 45 hours a year talking about her garden. And this happened because he thought she wanted to talk about her garden, and she talked about her garden because she thought that was what he wanted to do. It was a disaster. The lessons were agony for him, and quite probably for her as well. So here are a few tips for doing conversations, either as part of a lesson or as a whole lesson. Get your student to decide the topic for the lesson. And they could email you this topic before the lesson and give you some time to prepare a few discussion questions for that particular topic. Another idea is your student could read a news article each week before the lesson and they can discuss it with you. Recently, I was teaching an English lesson about housing. The topic of the lesson was housing, and so I gave part of the lesson over to a conversation about houses. And here are some of the questions and discussion ideas I jotted down before the lesson. Describe your own house. What furniture is in your house? Why did you choose it? What colour would you paint your dream house and why? Can you describe your dream house? What do you think houses will look like in the future? Can you describe what houses look like in your country in the past? Tell me about the houses you've lived in during your life. What is housing like in your country or in your city? What is housing like in the countryside in your country? So as you can see, with a little preparation, you can be ready for any topic. You can also check out our discussion questions sheet in the downloadable resources section for this lecture. So let me recap on some of the main points for speaking. Remember to let your student do most of the speaking, not you. Correct their errors after they've finished. You can ask open questions to keep the conversation going. Before starting a discussion, brainstorm some discussion questions. Show interest, of course, in whatever your learner wants to talk about, and give positive feedback as well as the negative feedback. And most of all, just enjoy yourself, smile and have fun when you're having a conversation lesson. This lecture will show you how to find out as much as you can about your students, something which will help make sure your lessons with your students can be as productive as possible, and something which will keep your students happy as well as learning. Now, the process of finding out as much as you can about your student is called a needs analysis. It helps you make sure that they learn language that's useful and relevant to their particular needs, rather than, say, the language that a course book or a worksheet thinks they need. I'm going to break down the needs analysis into 3 areas that are worth asking your student about. Firstly, their wants. Secondly, their needs. And thirdly, their interests. So let's start off by looking at a student's wants. What does your student want to do with the English language, now and in the future? Remember that English is a tool. It lets people communicate. So what does your student want to do with this amazing communicative tool that we call English? Before I get underway, I should point out that if you're teaching a niche area, such as exam preparation or perhaps medical English or legal English, then you've pretty much done this already. If you're offering a course in medical English, then and a student has signed up to do your course, then you already know that they want to learn medical English. However, it's also a good idea to dig a little deeper if you can, because your student might need to work on different aspects of medical English more than others, such as giving presentations, listening to talks, or developing vocabulary. So back to a student's wants. What does your student want to do with English? So again, some examples. They might want to pass exams, negotiate business deals, give presentations. They might want to study at university or to travel. They might want to improve their job prospects or simply to read and write emails. So it's important to know exactly what your student wants to do with English, because then you have a clear idea of what your student wants out of their lessons with you. And that way, you can give your students opportunities to practice what they want to do. If your student wants English to be able to visit London as a tourist, give them opportunities to do things like asking for directions, ordering tickets to the theatre, and listening to descriptions of famous landmarks like the Tower of London. If your student wants to take the IELTS exam, Practice IELTS exam questions with them. If they want to use English to give business presentations, then give them practice doing exactly that. This is good for your student, of course, and it's also good for you, because if you give your student what they want, then they'll keep coming back to you for more, and they'll recommend you to their friends and relatives and neighbours and so on. So find out what your student wants to do with English. Basically help them find their voice. For school-age students, a student's wants can be a little more tricky to ascertain. After all, they're probably doing English with you because it's what their parents want, not what they want. So the next two areas of a needs analysis can help you here, as well as giving you a more detailed picture of adult learners too. And this also applies to those of you teaching a niche area of English. So let's look at the second area of a needs analysis, and that involves finding out a student's language needs. Basically, you need to find out here what your student can already do with the English language, and where do they need to improve. What are their strengths and weaknesses? How proficient are they in speaking, in reading, in listening, and in writing? What's their pronunciation like? Do they have an extensive vocabulary, or is their vocabulary very limited? Knowing what your student can do and can't do means you can focus on those areas where they need the most help. And in fact, it's quite common for students to be weaker in some areas than in others. I found that school-age students in Thailand and also Russia have a very good understanding of grammar, as well as good skills in reading and writing English, but they're much weaker when it comes to listening and speaking. And that's because the English language lessons they take in school tend to be more likely to focus on grammar, reading, writing, rather than speaking and listening. So, in other words, our lesson time together is much better spent on activities designed to improve their speaking and listening skills, which often means building their confidence, speaking and practice listening. It's also useful to know roughly what proficiency level your student is at in relation to some of the common benchmarks used in the English teaching industry, because most materials and course books, if you choose to use these, are often labelled according to these benchmarks. Probably the most commonly used benchmark in the English language industry today is the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages, better known, thankfully, as the CEFR. The CEFR is a list of can-do statements against which you can assess your students. These descriptions can help you roughly find your student's proficiency level and then help you decide on suitable materials for them. The CEFR ranges go from A1, which is a beginner, to A2, to B1, to B2, which is an intermediate level student, to C1, and finally C2, which is an advanced student. So A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. That's from beginner to advanced. A more traditional benchmark used to describe the difficulty of materials and students' proficiency levels is simply to use the names to describe different proficiency levels. So you might have beginner, elementary, pre-intermediate, intermediate, upper intermediate, and advanced. The third area of a needs analysis involves finding out about your students' interests. So if you can bring your students' interests and passions into a lesson, your student will be much more motivated to use English, especially if you're teaching teenagers or if you're teaching general English to adults. I mean, think of it from your point of view. If you were learning a language, then you'd be much more interested in using the language if you were going to be reading about or listening to materials related to your own particular passions. Okay. This can also apply to exam preparation, though. You can choose reading and listening materials that your student will be interested in at least some of the time. I mean, sometimes exam texts, exam reading and listening texts can be quite dull, so it's often a good idea to ensure that your student gets exposure to dull texts that they're not interested in, but at least some of the time give them stuff that will fire up their interests as well. So find out what your student likes to talk about, to read about, to write about, or to listen to. Find out about your students' hobbies and what they like to do in their free time. Find out about their ambitions, the kind of TV programs they like to watch, or the kind of movies they like to watch, the kind of books they like to read. Hobbies and interests are actually a potential goldmine of language. If your student loves football, it's usually not very difficult to get them talking about it. I've actually got a student who is mad about football, and our lessons often result in a chat about the latest football results. In fact, during the last World Cup, our lessons pretty much involved me sitting back and letting him talk and talk and talk. I occasionally asked him questions, conversation moving into new areas and related areas, or I gave him words and phrases to help him say things when he got stuck. But these were basically the easiest lessons I've ever had. In summary then, a needs analysis is useful because it helps you to make your lessons more relevant to your student, and it can also make the job of preparing lessons a whole lot easier for you because you know where to start. You're starting with your students' interests and your students' own language. Finally, let's look at how you can actually do a needs analysis. The two most commonly used ways to do one of these is to ask your student to complete a questionnaire, or you can simply interview your student. In the downloadable resources tab for this lecture, you can find some needs analysis documents which I've created for you to use with your student. One is a questionnaire that your student can complete outside of lesson time, or if you want, you can complete the form with your student during the lesson. Another document is a question and answer sheet which enables you to find out roughly what proficiency level your student is currently at. You can also find lots of grammar or vocabulary tests online, also listening tests, reading tests that your student can complete, and this will give you an even clearer idea of where your student needs to improve. So a needs analysis, it takes a bit of time to do initially, not much, but it will make putting lessons together much easier for you, probably much more fun as well, because you know what exactly it is that your student wants and needs from your lessons together, as well as what's likely to interest and engage them. In this section of the course, I'm going to explain to you how to teach English online. Let's assume then you have a student. How are you going to teach them and teach them English in a way that really makes a difference to them, that gives them such a high quality learning experience that they'll recommend you to all of their friends, relatives and neighbours? That's what this section is all about. The knowledge in this section is very valuable stuff. It's information I've learned from years of teaching English and by years of studying how English is learned from reading books and research papers. I'm going to give you information and strategies that actually go beyond what is taught on teacher certification courses. So you'll know more than the average English language teacher after doing this section. So here goes. I'll get this section started by giving you an overview of how languages like English are learned. Assuming you can drive, do you remember how you learned to drive or to swim, or to play a musical instrument like the guitar, or to cook? If you're anything like me, you learn to drive a car by getting into a car and trying to drive it, or you learn to swim by getting into a swimming pool and trying to swim. Or you learned the guitar by strumming the strings, or you learned to cook by cooking. And every time, alongside you was an expert, a driving instructor, a swimming instructor, a guitar teacher, a cooking teacher, a parent, someone who could not only do these things themselves, but could tell you when you were doing things right or wrong, and crucially, could explain to you or show you the right way to do these things. And if they were really good, they made the learning process just hard enough so you were always learning new things. So a good swimming instructor first got you to float, then kick your legs, then do the breaststroke, and they didn't start off by getting you to do the butterfly. And it's the same with English. Simply put, people learn English by using it. You learn to speak English by speaking English. You learn to write in English by writing in English. You learn to understand written and spoken English by reading and listening to English and trying to understand it. It's possible to learn English without a teacher, and many people do, but the process can be painfully slow and strewn with mistakes. I mean, imagine trying to learn how to drive a car without a driving instructor. You could do it, but it would basically be a process of trial and error with probably lots of dents and scrapes along the way. So a teacher is essential if the learner wants to make the most effective use of their time. The role of the English teacher then is essentially the same as the swimming instructor or the driving instructor or a mother teaching her child how to walk. First, the role of the teacher is to create opportunities for the learner to use English. Secondly, to ensure those opportunities are not too easy and not too difficult, but just hard enough. And thirdly, the role of the teacher is to provide feedback so that the learner knows when their language is right and when it's wrong, where it can be improved. So this section of your course explains how to do this by giving you some tips and advice for teaching the 4 language skills online: listening, speaking, reading and writing. Then I will tell you how you can teach vocabulary, grammar and pronunciation. And I'll also include a lecture about doing exam preparation courses. But before you do anything, it's vital you have a really good understanding of exactly what your student wants and needs from their English lessons with you. And so the next lecture in the course will give you some tips and ideas for doing what teachers call a needs analysis. One of the things I love about being an online English teacher is that I can work from home. There's no need for that horrendous daily commute which eats hours out of your week and sucks out your energy. And it's why a lot of people choose to become online English teachers. It's great for people looking after young children or elderly parents, or for people like me whose idea of commuting to work consists of rolling out of bed. Another great thing, though, is that you're not tied to your home. You can do lessons while out and about, in a coffee shop, in a shopping mall, at a friend's house. You can even teach students while taking a holiday somewhere, perhaps by doing an hour's lesson from your hotel room before going out and hitting the streets or the beaches. And in fact, a lot of people teach English online as a way of funding their travels around the world. So, as an online English teacher, you can teach from anywhere, assuming, of course, your internet connection is fast enough. And it's what we call location independence. And the location independence offered by online English teaching, it doesn't just mean you can travel where you want, it also means you can live where you want. You're not tied to your home country anymore. And this actually gives you tremendous financial muscle because it means you can take advantage of differences in the cost of living around the world, what economists call leveraging. You can live where living costs are low. And there's more, because not only can you teach from anywhere, you can also find students from anywhere in the world, which means that you can live where living costs are low, and you can teach students from places where fees for English tutoring is quite high. So let me give you an example. You could live in Bangkok, where people can live extremely comfortably on £1,000 a month. In fact, I know plenty of Westerners who can live comfortably on half of this. And at the same time as living in Bangkok and spending at Bangkok living costs, you can teach students from places like Japan and Russia, where students expect to pay relatively high rates for English lessons. So this means you can get Moscow and Tokyo rates of pay while spending at the Bangkok cost of living. Of course, you need to live where the infrastructure supports online teaching, so a country with lousy internet and regular power cuts is a bad idea. And you'll also want to live where you can carve out a pleasant lifestyle. So here are a few ideas. Countries with a low cost of living and a, let's say, good enough infrastructure where you can have a nice lifestyle include in Southeast Asia, Thailand, Cambodia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and in Latin America, countries like Costa Rica, Bolivia, and Colombia. Some Eastern European cities are also worth considering. I actually started teaching English when I lived in Budapest, a lovely city, but you'll also find that living costs are much lower outside of the capital cities, so you could live in a small town in Eastern Europe. Countries, though, that typically pay high rates for English tutoring include Russia, South Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. You can find out lots more about the cost of living in cities and towns all over the world by going to a website called Numbeo. That's Numbeo. And that website also gives quality of life indicators too. Of course, not all online English teachers can pick and choose where to live, but for all online English teachers, you have the potential to live your life the way you want to. You've got the flexibility to build your life around your work rather than squeezing your life into the small gaps when you're not working or commuting to work. So online English teaching, the power of it for me is it allows you to carve out a lifestyle that matches the way that you want to live your life, and at the same time to help people develop their lives too. In this lecture, I'm going to tell you about some of the main payment methods that you can use so you can get paid easily and quickly for your lessons. Now, you can only accept payments from debit and credit cards if you have your own merchant account, which can be quite expensive. So for most of us, that means we need a third party to process payments for us. And inevitably, they take a cut of your earnings, but we'll look into this. PayPal is the obvious choice for receiving payments. It's been around for a long time, so it's widely known, it's widely adopted, and lots of online teachers use it as their payment method. It's simple to use, it's safe, and it's quick. Your email address is used to identify you on PayPal, so just give your student your email address and they can send you money. To pay you using PayPal, your student or their parent need to have a PayPal account, and they associate a credit or debit card to their PayPal account, and when they pay you, PayPal simply debits their card and drops the payment into your PayPal account. Job done. PayPal typically charge around 2.9% plus another 30 cents for every transaction, but withdrawing to your bank account is free. PayPal now has some other methods to send and receive money, such as mobile phone payments, so check out their website for full details. Incidentally, you can also add a PayPal payment button to your website if you have one, making it even easier for them to pay you. One big advantage of PayPal for online English teachers is the fact that it's available in a lot of countries. It's about 203 as I speak, something a lot of other payment sites can't claim. There are alternatives though. One alternative to PayPal is Google Wallet, but this is only for people who live in the United States at the moment. You need to sign up for a Google Wallet merchant account, add a payment button to your website, again if you have one, and you can start receiving payments through that. Another good option though is Western Union. Now Western Union is really useful for students who don't have a credit or debit card or even a bank account. With Western Union, students can pay with cash by going to a Western Union agent in their neighbourhood. There are over 500,000 Western Union agents around the world, often found in local post offices, supermarkets and banks. And you can collect the money once they've sent it, usually within minutes, at a Western Union agent in your country, and in a lot of countries, they will send the money straight to your bank account. In some countries, the Philippines for example, you can receive money on your mobile phone through Western Union, depending on your mobile network provider. So in the Philippines, you'd need to be using Smart or Globe as your mobile network provider, but check the Western Union website for more details. Of course, there are lots of other ways of transferring money over the internet these days, and also over mobile phone networks, and it's always changing. With my Russian students, for example, I make use of a money transfer system called Yandex. With Yandex, my students simply go to an electronic kiosk, which can be found in shops, supermarkets, metro stations and shopping malls all over Russia. They go to the kiosk, they enter my Yandex account number, feed some cash into the kiosk, and the money then appears immediately in my Yandex account online, and I can then transfer it to my bank account. Talking about bank accounts, the slow method is to give your student your bank account number and bank details, such as the BIC and SWIFT numbers, so they can transfer funds to your bank account. This usually takes a few days and incurs some bank charges, as well as being subject to currency fluctuations. But this is fine if you're billing students in blocks of lessons, not too much of a hassle. You see, it's not just the development of online communication systems and technological devices that have made it possible to become an online English teacher, but also the development of online payment systems like PayPal. Now we can use tech to deliver our lessons and to get paid quickly in return. And as I'll describe in the next lecture, it also means you can teach from pretty much anywhere. In this lecture, I'm going to suggest some good practices you can follow when charging for lessons to make the whole process a lot easier and more effective for you. I've got 6 different ideas here. The first idea is to charge your students for a block of lessons. So you might, for example, charge your student for a block of 10 lessons. This will get students into the habit of coming back to you again and again, and it pushes them into a commitment with you, so they're more likely to stick with you in the long term. As an inducement to your students to pay for a block of lessons, you can offer your student a discount of, say, 10% on this block of lessons. So if you charge $30 an hour, don't charge $300 for 10 lessons, but $270. I mean, that way your student will think that they're getting a lesson for free. And of course, we all love to get free stuff, so they're more likely to sign up for your lessons. In effect, you'll be getting $27 an hour instead of $30, but you'll also be getting more students. Secondly, and tied to this idea of charging for lessons in blocks, it's good practice to ask students to pay for your lessons in advance. Otherwise, you risk being messed around a little bit, not getting paid at all. And it also means you get a nice lump sum before you've taught anything, which is more likely to motivate you to go out and get those students. My third suggestion is to charge for courses rather than lessons. One way of encouraging students to pay for blocks of lessons in advance is by offering a complete course made up of 10 or 20 or even 50 lessons rather than a bunch of individual sequential lessons. Tell your students what they're going to get out of the course as a whole when you market it. This is particularly useful when doing exam preparation courses or for business English. So you might market your course as "You will learn how to give business presentations in English using specialized language." People like to have a clear goal to aim for and to know exactly what they're paying for. So make the course goals clear at the outset. When offering an exam prep course, I usually offer a 30-hour course, and my course goals tell students that they will learn the tips, techniques, and language necessary to gain a 6.5 on the IELTS exam. So focusing on courses rather than individual lessons is another good practice that you can follow. Another idea is to give your student extra time for free. Even though you might be charging for an hour's lesson, give your student extra time at the end. They love getting something for nothing. It doesn't need to be something too challenging or too taxing for you. Just an informal chat for 5 minutes at the end of the lesson is fine. It's also important to have a cancellation policy. Sometimes lessons need to be cancelled, but your time is precious and you don't want to waste time sitting at your computer at the prearranged time only to find that your student doesn't turn up. So make your cancellation policy clear to your student at the outset. A typical cancellation policy should require students to cancel at least 24 hours in advance, otherwise they lose their money. Another good reason, by the way, why it's a good idea to charge for lessons in advance and also for courses. Interestingly, though, I've found that students tend to cancel lessons online far less often than when doing lessons in a classroom, or even when they're doing a private lesson face-to-face with a tutor in their own home. Now, I think this might be partly down to the fact that when learning online, all a student has to do is sit down at their computer and turn it on, whereas if they go into a classroom, they've got to commute in all kinds of weather. Sometimes they might not be feeling too well. And if they're doing a face-to-face lesson in their own home, well, maybe their flat's a mess, maybe they've got to do the hair, maybe they're not feeling well either. But if you're feeling sick, you can still usually do an online lesson. So getting to online lessons, doing online lessons is actually a fairly painless process for students. So they're actually, in my experience anyway, far less likely to cancel than when doing other types of lessons. Finally, it's also a good idea to set your prices in a strong currency, such as the dollar, regardless of where you or your student lives. If the currency in your student's currency suddenly takes a dive, then you are insulated against this currency change. I learned this the hard way. I used to charge my Russian students in rubles, which was fine when I lived in Russia, but once I'd left Russia and started teaching online, we had some problems with the Russian ruble. Of course, during 2014, the Russian ruble started to plummet in value because of the conflict in the Ukraine and the fall in the global oil price. And every week I was getting paid less and less for my lessons. So eventually I asked my students to pay in dollars instead, which initially was difficult to do because my students had become used to paying me in rubles, and asking them to pay the equivalent in dollars meant they suddenly had to pay a lot more. So I usually negotiated a new price with them. It would, however, have been for me a much better idea to charge in dollars in the first place. So there you are, 6 good practices for charging students. Charge in blocks, perhaps as a course of lessons, charge in advance, offer discounts and a little free time, have a cancellation policy, and charge in a strong currency. One of the questions you're going to ask yourself at some point is what fees you should charge for your lessons. So in this lecture, I'll explain how to approach this issue. The golden rule when it comes to pricing your lessons is this: don't undervalue yourself. Remember that as an English teacher, you're offering something very valuable to your students. English is a lifelong, life-changing skill. So don't think that you have to compete with other teachers out there solely on price. Instead, focus on the value you're offering your student. Provide a niche to them, provide high quality, and provide what your students really need and really want. Remember that if your student values something highly enough, then they'll be prepared to pay high fees for that. In fact, if you price your lessons too low, you risk appearing too cheap, and cheap equals low quality in the minds of lots of students, and in fact, in the minds of customers too. Think about Apple. They don't charge cheap prices for their products. People associate quality with them. Now, how much you can charge for your teaching time can vary depending on two key factors. Firstly, what kind of English are you teaching? Are you teaching general English and conversational English, or are you teaching a niche like business English, exam prep, legal English, or medical English? Remember that a niche is much more valuable to your student, so you can charge higher fees for those. The second key factor that affects pricing your fees is how your student found you. If you were recommended to your student by word of mouth, then you can expect to be paid much higher rates than if they found you on an online marketplace like italki, where basically you're just one person in a large crowd. So let's look at some typical fees for lessons. On an online marketplace such as italki, certified teachers generally charge around $15 to $20 an hour for general English lessons. But as soon as you start offering business English and exam preparation, your fees can rise 50 to 100%, even on an online marketplace. Although remarkably, a lot of teachers charge the same fees for doing exam preparation as they would for doing general English, which is nuts. I mean, yes, to you an hour is an hour, but for the student it's not the same. An hour doing exam prep is much more valuable to them as an hour doing general English. So for exam preparation, I would suggest charging something like $30 to $40 an hour. The same for business English. And if you're offering a more specific niche, for example, medical English or legal English, I'd suggest more than that, $40 up to about $60 an hour. However, if you're getting your students through word-of-mouth recommendations rather than through online marketplaces or as a result of social media marketing, you can charge higher fees because that recommendation is like a stamp of quality on you as a teacher. I usually charge between $40 and $50 an hour for general English lessons to students who've approached me for lessons after I've been recommended to them. And that, remember, is just for general English lessons. If you're teaching a niche, you can charge well in excess of $50 an hour. Of course, some students will say, no, that's too much, but hold out for those students who are willing to pay. Remember, your time is valuable and your lessons are valuable too. Go for the students who will value you, value your lessons, value your time the most. So don't undervalue yourself and never try to differentiate yourself from other English teachers on price. Differentiate yourself by offering a specific niche and by offering outstanding quality. That's the way to make your career as an online English teacher a great success. Welcome to my crash course on using social media to find students, something known as social media marketing. Now, when entrepreneurs think about how social networks can help them market their products and services, they talk about social media marketing. And the core strategy behind social media marketing is creating and sharing useful information with people who will be interested in reading about it and watching it. It's about using content, great content, to connect to other people and groups of people, interacting with them and contributing to them. It's not about free advertising or shoving something in people's faces. It's all about building relationships with potential customers. I'm going to take you through 4 key steps that will help you build a presence on social media that will draw potential students to you and help you find students to teach. The first thing you should do is to create a simple website, just something that's maybe just 1 page long, and this will form the hub of your marketing strategy. On your site, you can post articles about learning English that will be interesting to people who want to learn English, your potential customers. You can either create your own posts or simply reuse content that other people have created, something known as curating. Creating content is all about you writing great articles or making great videos. Curating content is all about you finding great articles or videos and enhancing this content in some way, perhaps by writing a short review about the article or just adding a short comment about it. You should make regular posts to your website, at least once a week. You could include videos explaining, let's say, a grammatical feature or typical errors students make. You can make a video about tips for doing well in the IELTS exam. You could even include a conversational dialogue and write some comments about it. If you're good at drawing, why don't you create a cartoon strip? There's really no limit to what you could do. Just make it useful and interesting to English language learners. Your site is where potential students will come to find out more about you and to get more information and tips on learning English. And your site will also mark you out as an expert in your field. This is also where potential students can find out about your lessons and where they can contact you about doing lessons with you. So, of course, don't forget to include an email address where people can contact you directly. I personally recommend using WordPress.com for creating a website. It's free to use and fairly simple, and with great support. If you're not all that tech savvy though, or you don't have the time to master the basics of WordPress, you could try website building tools like Wix.com or Weebly.com. Or you can get someone to create the site for you, of course. You can check out sites like Freelancer.com and Fiverr.com to find people who can do the hard, time-consuming donkey work of building a website for you, and they might do it for surprisingly small fees. Of course, a great website is no good without an audience, and this is where social media like Facebook comes to the rescue. Social media sites are great ways of driving people to your website. More visitors means more potential students, and more potential students means more paying students. At the time I recorded this lecture, Facebook had 1.4 billion monthly active users. Almost half of these people were using Facebook every single day. And regular users of Facebook can spend an hour or 2 a day on Facebook checking out not just their friends' pages, but pages of things they're interested in. This might be pages about their favourite football club or favourite singer, or pages related to their hobbies and interests. And if one of their interests is learning English, then they might come across you too. All you need to do is create a Facebook page for your teaching business. And Facebook makes this ridiculously easy. You'll see a create page link under your page's feed. Just click on it and follow the instructions. Once your page is set up, you should start making regular posts to it. Social media pages are another reason why teaching a niche English course such as IELTS exam prep or legal English or English for cat lovers is such a great idea. If your page is dedicated to a particular niche, then people who search for pages related to that niche, maybe it's because it's one of their hobbies or interests or because it's related to their job, are more likely to find your page. And anyone visiting your page is more likely to be interested in what you have to offer. So niche English and social media marketing go hand in hand. Another important thing is that whenever you make a new post on your website, make a short post on your Facebook page that links to it. You can also make posts that link to other good content on the internet, as this will give people more reason to like your Facebook page and visit it. Many students looking for an online English teacher will search for English teachers via Google. Now, Google loves Facebook, so any English teachers with a Facebook page will have a reasonable chance of appearing high in the Google search results, especially if you include keywords related to what you're teaching, and especially if it's a highly specific niche like IELTS, TOEIC or TOEFL. That's another reason why doing exam prep or another niche is so lucrative. Acronyms and keywords work as excellent search keywords on Google and Facebook. Now, of course, while Facebook may be the biggest social media site, it's far from being the only one. Eventually, you may want to expand your social media marketing work into other social media sites, which will help you find new markets and new students for your teaching. LinkedIn is the platform of choice for placing a professional profile, and it's massive, with almost 200 million monthly active users around the world. Now, while sites like Facebook and LinkedIn are massively popular all over the world, including in Latin America, Europe, Southeast Asia, and North America, many parts of the world have social media networks and social media sites that are specific to their own region and their own language. So you could also try to market yourself in these social media sites, because these are the places where millions of people who don't speak English and who want to learn English often go. China and Japan, for example, have been massive markets for English teachers for years, and they have their own popular social networking sites. The biggest social networking site in Japan is Mixi, but even this is dwarfed by the Chinese social networks. According to surveys, in fact, 4 of the 12 most popular social networks in the world are based in China. Now, the popular social networks in China, they include Qzone. Qzone is the most popular social networking site in China. At the time I recorded this lecture, it had 712 million users, with 150 million of them updating their profile page at least once a month. Sina Weibo is a social networking and microblogging site with just over 500 million monthly active users. About 100 million messages are posted on Weibo every day. Another site is RenRen, and that's particularly popular amongst Chinese college students. Incidentally, English language learners from China and Japan, as well as South Korea, are currently amongst the most comfortable with the idea of online learning, so they are a great market to aim for. So social media sites in these countries are very, very powerful, but very underused ways of marketing yourself as an online English teacher. Russia and Ukraine, and also many other countries of the former Soviet Union, including oil-rich Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, are big markets for learning English. And the most popular Russian language social network there is Vkontakte. Vkontakte is often referred to as the Russian Facebook, which, if you take a quick look at it, is not surprising. Creating a page on Vkontakte is almost exactly the same as creating a page on Facebook. So if you want to go after the Russian-speaking market, just take a look at Vkontakte. You could also create a YouTube channel of your very own and make some videos, perhaps giving students tips for learning English or explaining tricky words or tricky grammar. You could make videos on your webcam or phone and upload them to YouTube. YouTube videos can also be embedded in your website or Facebook page, or pages in any other social media sites you happen to use. Just as Google search loves Facebook, it also loves YouTube videos, so potential students will find you more easily if you make some videos. Social media marketing is also about contributing to things other people are saying. You can find countless pages on Facebook, on other social media sites, and on discussion forums around the web that are related to learning English. Contribute to discussions in those places and include a link back to your website. On Facebook, this is easy. When you post a comment, post using your Facebook page name rather than your real name, and this will draw traffic to your page. For example, the official IELTS organisation has its own Facebook page. Almost 3 million people have liked the page. That's about 1 in every 500 registered users of Facebook. And every time a post is made to the IELTS page, a proportion of these people, I think it's about 5% at the moment, receive this post in their own news feed. Even at 5%, that's still a lot of people. The IELTS organisation makes regular posts to their page, which are often based around tricky exam questions. Students who read the posts may try to answer the question or discuss why they may have got it wrong, and there's nothing, of course, to stop teachers from contributing their own thoughtful posts to such discussions. To conclude, social media sites are fantastic places to raise your profile as an online English teacher, but remember that they are platforms essentially for interacting with others and contributing, adding great content, getting involved in discussions, connecting with your potential learners and fellow teachers. Creating a Facebook page and then sitting back and doing nothing won't be enough. You need to go to the parts of social networks where your potential students go. Go where learners seek out content. Go where learners engage in discussions. There are many pages on Facebook for this, many feeds on Twitter, many channels on YouTube. There are also social networking style sites specifically for language learners, such as Italki, which includes discussion forums frequented by both teachers and students who discuss their successes and challenges learning languages of all kinds. So social media marketing is a large and ever-expanding area, and it's easy, I guess, to get sucked into it as well. I've included a lot of ideas here. These are just the tip of the iceberg, though. So start gradually. Step 1 should be to create a single page, just one page, on a website and add a little bit of content to it. Maybe a video, maybe a link to someone else's material. Step 2, create a page on Facebook or another social media site, just one, and use it to share content and drive people to your website. Social media marketing, it can mean a large investment in time, but it is a great way of finding students, as well as being a great way to develop your own skills and knowledge as a teacher. And it's also great fun. In this lecture, I'm going to give you some ideas for finding students. I'm guessing it's one of the biggest questions you're asking yourself. And I think it's one of the main reasons potential online English teachers never actually put their dreams into practice. Getting hold of a laptop and installing Skype, that's easy. Deciding what you're going to teach is pretty straightforward once you know the possibilities, but finding actual living, breathing students, well, that all seems rather scary. So I'm going to cut your challenge down to a more manageable reality. All you need to do is find one student. Just one. That's all you need to aim for, at least to begin with. So keep in mind that you want to find one student. There are two reasons why you should think like this. Firstly, once you've got an actual living, breathing, paying student, then finding another one seems a lot easier. You've already done it once. You've already done it successfully already. So getting another student will seem much more achievable. Success breeds success. Confidence breeds confidence. Secondly, if you do a half-decent job of teaching your one student, then that student will recommend you as a teacher to a friend or a neighbour or a relative. Suddenly, simply through word-of-mouth recommendation, you'll have another student, and then you'll have another, and very quickly you can build up a good student base. So in this lecture, I'm going to give you some great ways for finding students, but always keep in mind that these methods are really just ways for you to get your first student. And from that small starting step, greater confidence and word-of-mouth recommendations will get you more students. So, assuming you've decided what to teach, how is your student going to find you? I'll begin by talking about word-of-mouth recommendations, also known as referrals. It's the most powerful marketing tool, but it's also the easiest to forget. I'll begin by telling you about my story, how I started as an online English teacher. Before starting to teach online, I worked as a teacher at an international school in Moscow. But one evening, a week after finishing school, I also taught English to a Russian teenager who lived in an apartment block across the street from me on a one-to-one basis in his home. After I left Moscow, I continued to teach English to him online, and very soon I had more students. First of all, his sister, then an older student who lived upstairs from him in the same apartment block, then a classmate of his, then the nephew of a family friend. All of these students came from word-of-mouth recommendations. It was simply a case of asking my existing students or their parents whether they knew anyone else who might like to learn English online. They all did, which is perhaps not surprising for a city like Moscow, where lots of people do want to learn English. In fact, some of the new students I got contacted me directly to request lessons. So for some students, I didn't even need to go out and find them. There's one big advantage to teaching students who you reach through word-of-mouth referrals. You can charge higher rates of pay. Because you were recommended to them by someone they know, there's a much higher level of trust involved. You're not just some random teacher they found on the internet, you're someone recommended to them by someone they know. This alone can double or triple the rates you can charge for your teaching. So ask yourself, do you know anyone who might want to learn English? Or do you know anyone who might know someone who wants to learn English? Think about your personal and professional networks. You can, of course, also use online social networks to find that first student. So again, think about your friends and contacts on social networks like Facebook and LinkedIn. Put the word out there, and you might quickly find a potential student through your friends or through friends of friends. Remember all the time, your goal is just to find one student, and then you can take it from there. Now, of course, finding people who want to learn English is a lot harder if you're living in a country like America, the UK, or Australia, because, well, I expect almost all of your friends, and their friends as well, already speak English. So here's another method that might work for you. Take an extended trip to a city where there's a demand for learning English and find students there and teach them face-to-face before switching to online teaching after you leave the city. A friend of mine did this a few years ago. He took a sabbatical in Budapest in Hungary while studying for a master's degree online. And while there, he picked up half a dozen English students. And after he left Budapest, he continued to teach 4 of them online. You could even get a job teaching English at a language school, which would help you build up experience, knowledge, and contacts. Many online English teachers have taken this route, so teaching in a classroom first and then online afterwards. So think about your personal and professional networks, including those on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter, and so on. And if you can, think about kickstarting your career as an online English teacher by taking a trip to a cool city somewhere. Whichever way you choose, remember your goal is to find one student. Teach them well, and more students will come your way through word-of-mouth recommendations. Another way of using social networks is by using its social media tools as a marketing tool. Today, entrepreneurs and business marketers see social networks as the place to market their products and services online, and you can do the same. The core idea of social media marketing is that you establish a presence online and get noticed by creating and sharing content with people who learn English. This could be in the form of posts, videos, blogs, or it could be contributions to discussions in groups about learning English. You're basically using social media platforms like Facebook and YouTube as a way of helping English language learners. And in return, you build a reputation as an expert, and this can help you build relationships with potential students. Social media marketing can be quite time-consuming though. However, if you're able to invest the time, the rewards can be great. If you're interested in finding students through this route, I've included a Social Media Marketing 101 lecture later in this course. For now though, I'll look at a third way of finding students, one which many online English teachers take when starting out. It's the online marketplace. Online marketplaces are websites where teachers can register and sell their teaching services, and where students who want to learn can come and find a teacher. It's often the first place online English teachers go when looking for students, and for some online teachers, it's the only place they go. They can be really useful when starting out though. Italki is one of the best online marketplaces out there. It's particularly popular amongst Chinese learners of English, which is a massive market for any online English teacher. Unlike some online marketplaces, you can set whatever prices you want, and there's also a very active community amongst both students and teachers. Now, there are two types of teacher on Italki. Firstly, professional teachers. They're people who have formal teaching qualifications and teaching experience and who can provide both professional lessons and informal conversation practice. The second type of teacher is called a community teacher, and those are people who are native or near native speakers of English who don't have formal teaching certification, but who can provide informal conversation practice. To become a teacher on Italki, you need to go through a fairly painless application process, which involves uploading any certification you might have, along with details about yourself and your lessons, as well as an introductory video. Italki is also useful because it provides not only a way to connect teachers and students, but also a booking system and a payment system. Students can also rate their teachers, which is a great way of building a reputation, assuming, of course, you teach well. You can find out a lot more about how to become a teacher on Italki at teachers.italki.com. You'll see the link in the resources section for this lecture. Another marketplace for connecting teachers and students is Verbal Planet. Their address is verbalplanet.com. Again, you can find their link in the resources section. Like Italki, it's for teachers and students of any language, but lots of English teachers and lots of English learners go there. Teachers can sign up again for free for an account, and to get listed on the marketplace you simply need to upload a profile. However, online marketplaces do suffer from one major disadvantage. The rates of pay you're likely to receive will be much lower than if you find students yourself or through word-of-mouth recommendations. I mean, look at it from the student's point of view. They come to an online marketplace looking for an English teacher and they find thousands to choose from. So how do they differentiate between this vast selection? Well, one way is to read the blurb about each teacher or to look at the teacher's profile photo, but often students don't do that. They want to find somebody quickly. So often students will differentiate between teachers on price. Now, teachers being teachers and not marketing experts think this means that the only way to get students is to undercut the prices charged by the other teachers on the online marketplace, which means that ultimately rates of pay are driven relentlessly lower. Now, this is why I made an argument for offering niche teaching such as exam preparation lessons or business English lessons in a previous lecture. You're better off adding value to your service instead of cutting prices. This is also why I would suggest using word of mouth and social networking as your main marketing tools. Online marketplaces are certainly a good option if you're just starting out, because using word of mouth and social media can take time to deliver, but they're not the best place if you want the best rates of pay. Finally, another option is to use an online school. Now, there are a growing number of these appearing on the internet, often catering for the massive Japanese, Chinese and Korean markets. These schools essentially give you the student, so you don't need to spend any time marketing yourself, and they will sometimes give you the materials you need to teach the lessons. Now, for people starting out as online English teachers, or for people who just want to make a small amount of extra money working from home, they're not an entirely bad idea, but they do tend to pay very poorly, often in the range of $5 to $15 an hour. Of course, if you live somewhere where the cost of living is really low, the Philippines, for example, it might be a viable option for supplementing your income. So there you have it, some ways of finding students. Now, by far the best is using your own personal and professional networks and social networks to find your first student, and then you use the power of word-of-mouth referrals to get more students. If you can, think about a trip overseas to find student number one there. Social media marketing is also a great way of finding students. Online marketplaces are useful if time is short and you just want to get started. Just don't expect the best rates of pay, unless, of course, you're offering a clear, specific niche like exam prep or business English. This lecture is all about niche English. Think of things from the student's point of view. What do they really want? Imagine a Korean doctor attending a medical conference in the United States. He'll be attending lectures and seminars about the latest medical research given by doctors from all around the world, all of them presented in English. Now, in order to understand these lectures, he needs a strong base in general English, but he will also need to know words and phrases that are specific to the medical profession, as well as language that's found in research papers. Now, imagine a young up-and-coming Russian tennis player. She's just moved to Florida to work with a top coach. The coach was originally from the Czech Republic. She needs to communicate with her coach about issues connected with how she's playing the game, but she also needs to talk about her health and her fitness, nutrition and exercise with her fitness coach and nutritionist. And once she starts playing in the top tournaments, she will need to be able to answer questions from journalists in press conferences. So in both of these examples, these potential English language students have got highly specific needs. And you can offer English lessons that cater for these highly specific needs. English for people in the medical profession, for example, English for tennis players, English for tourists, how to make great presentations in English, academic writing courses, English for football players, for artists, for musicians, for Chinese businesswomen, English for historians, for 7-year-olds, for teenagers, for retirees. You could offer courses in which your students learn English through movies or through music. You could even offer English lessons for people with a particular passion. Jane Austen novels is what I mentioned earlier. For cat lovers, talk to your cat in English. English for Star Wars fans. And I'm sure you could make up hundreds of more possible courses as well. The point I want to make here is that the key to being successful as an online English teacher is to offer lessons for a highly specific niche, something that a small group of people will value very, very highly, that matches their own particular needs, interests, and desires. And there are 3 big benefits to you by doing this. Firstly, by crafting a more specific product, you will be adding more value to it. Secondly, by offering more value, you can charge higher rates of pay for your lessons. And thirdly, a product that's specific to a smaller market sector is actually easier to market because you can identify your potential customer base more easily. Now, you're probably thinking that by offering a highly specific product, you're limiting the number of customers you might get. Now, of course, this would be a problem for a physical English school because its potential market is limited by geography. So it would be lucky to get any students in a course for, say, medical English. But online English teachers are free from geographical restraints. You're free from what I call the tyranny of the physical. You have a potential market of billions of people. The market is vast enough, therefore, for you to offer highly specialised niche English courses. So, let teachers bound to physical schools teach general English and conversational English. You can be a specialist. So, what niche should you actually choose? Ask yourself a bunch of questions. Do you have any specific skills or knowledge? Do you have a particular interest or passion? What's your employment background? What countries have you visited or lived in? Do you have any personal or professional contacts in a particular profession? Do you know another language besides English? If you're reasonably fluent in another language, you can explain some of the finer points of English grammar to your student in their mother tongue. This is particularly useful for students in the early stages of learning English because not only does it make explaining things easier, it also saves a lot of time. Even if you don't know much of another language, even a little will go a long way. It'll give you an understanding of some of the differences between English and your student's mother tongue. My very limited understanding of Russian is enough to know that because the Russian language doesn't use articles, a Russian student is going to have difficulty understanding how to use articles properly. 2 more highly lucrative niche areas that you should consider are exam preparation and business English. I'll go through these briefly now, but later in the course there is a lecture all about exam preparation. Exam preparation is one of the most lucrative areas for online English teachers. Globalization means that organisations such as multinational companies and universities need to ensure that their employees and students have a certain level of proficiency in the English language, something that needs to be measured according to internationally recognised criteria. And this has led to the rapid expansion in the use of English language examinations, and it's really big business. Many language schools offer courses to prepare students for taking these exams, sometimes charging hundreds, sometimes even thousands of pounds for intensive classroom-based courses. But you, as an online English teacher, are ideally placed to do this even better. Now, while you may not like tests or teaching to the test, I know I don't, for many students, the results they get on these kinds of tests can be life-changing. They can determine whether or not they gain entry into a university of their choice, whether or not they're granted work permits and visas to move to another country, and whether or not they climb to the next rung on a career ladder in a multinational company. Exam preparation is therefore a high-value product, and consequently students will pay quite a lot of money to ensure they get a good score on these tests. So exam preparation is a great area to get into, and I've created a whole lecture about it later in this course. Another lucrative area to specialise in is business English. Any company that does business with customers or suppliers in another country is going to need people who can communicate well in English. And because of globalization, there are lots of companies in this situation. The needs of business users of English can be quite specific. For example, they might need to give presentations about products, to negotiate business deals. They might need to show a visitor or a prospective employee around their office or factory. They will often need to engage in small talk at a business conference. They'll need to send and read lots of emails in English and to deal with customer complaints. Business users of English therefore need lots of vocabulary and functional language that's highly specific to their business sector. And again, you, as an online English teacher, are ideally placed to provide exactly that kind of service. So, think about it. Decide what you're going to teach. Think about what you know. Think about your experience. And think about what you actually want to teach. What are you interested in as well? So, decide on your product first, and then offer it to the world. This lecture will help you decide what kind of lessons you're going to teach. Now you might be thinking, well, it's obvious, isn't it? I'm going to teach English. But English is a massive area. Grammar, vocabulary, reading, writing, speaking, listening, pronunciation, exam preparation, business English, tourism English. It's really easy to get lost. So I'm going to give you some useful insights and a great strategy to help you decide exactly what to teach in your lessons and why taking this approach will make it easier to find students and easier to make money. You see, a lot of freelance teachers, whether they teach online or face-to-face, often approach getting lessons this way. First of all, find a student and then decide what to teach them. What I'm going to suggest in this lecture is to flip this on its head. So first, decide what you're going to teach and then find students to teach this to. This is why I've put this lecture before the lecture on finding students. Taking the find a student and then decide what to teach them approach is rather like a company trying to find customers first and then deciding what to sell them. Any company that approached sales like this would soon go out of business. What companies actually do, of course, is to first craft a product and then find customers to sell it to. And you should do the same. So first, decide what you're going to teach and then find students to teach it to. So, here's the question then, I guess. How should you decide what to teach? Well, the important thing to bear in mind here is value. The reason why someone buys a product or a service is essentially down to whether or not they think it'll add value to their life. People will swap their hard-earned cash for a new pair of jeans because they think it'll make them look sexy and feel good. They'll swap their cash for a smartphone because they think it'll help them communicate with their friends to take photos, and it'll make them look cool. People will also swap their cash for your time as their online English teacher because they think that becoming more proficient in English will add value to their life. And it will. Being able to communicate in English is today a massively powerful tool. It can add huge value to people's lives in many different ways. Let's look at a few of those. English, for example, enables people to get better jobs and better pay. Proficiency in English helps people to study at some of the top universities around the world. Proficiency in English enables people to negotiate business deals with other people around the world. English enables people to understand lectures at, say, medical conferences. English helps people to secure visas to live in English-speaking countries. It enables people to read more widely. English even enables people to play football with players from around the world on the same team. English enables people to pass school examinations. English enables people to travel almost anywhere in the world. It enables people to make friends with people around the world. And English even enables people to fall in love. And a lot more, of course. The ability to communicate in English simply enables people to do so much more with their lives. Now, in marketing, there is a fundamental rule. The more value a product adds to a person's life, the more money they will be prepared to pay for it. For you, the rule is this: the more value your English lessons add to your student's life, the more money they will be prepared to pay for your lessons. Most online English teachers tend to offer lessons in general English or conversational English. In general English lessons, you might cover topics, vocabulary and grammar related to everyday language use, such as ordering food in a restaurant, going shopping, or talking about your dreams and ambitions. In conversational English lessons, your aim might be to improve the conversational fluency and accuracy of the student, or it might be simply to give them practice speaking English with you. Now, while these are not bad ideas and are certainly a good way to get started as an online English teacher, to be more successful and to make life easier for you, I'd strongly recommend offering lessons that cater to the needs of a specific part of the massive English language learner market. I call this niche English. And that's the subject of my next lecture. I'm going to show you how to make an anagram using IDroo. Now, an anagram is a great activity for doing at the start of a lesson. It gets the student thinking about English words. So on the screen we have 9 letters. What the student has to do is use these letters to make words. So for example, here's the word, you can see the word cat, or the word hat, or let's have another word, the word rat and mat. And, oh look, mats. So it's a great way of focusing your students' attention on letter combinations. A more advanced one is the TCH letter combination. Now, somewhere in these 9 letters there is a 9-letter word. Of course, it's an anagram, so one of your students' main tasks is to see if they can find the 9-letter word. Can you do that? Anyway, let's show you how to make an anagram. Let's go back to the IDroo home screen. What you do is you create your new board and you think of a 9-letter word. Let's think of the word, what would be a good word? Furniture. That's a nice 9-letter word. So you simply use your text tool. Make the text size as big as you possibly can. Here I've got rid of the border around the text boxes, and now all I need to do is type in my 9-letter word and make sure you spell it correctly. There we go, the word furniture. Now all you need to do is jumble up the letters. Into a 3x3 grid. There we go. And now on the right hand side of the screen, in your sharing box, you can right click on the link, copy that, and paste it into Skype or whichever software you're using to speak to your student. And they'll come to this board, and then using the pointer tool, they can simply move the letters around and make some nice, fun words. The activity is good fun, maybe give them 3 minutes to come up with as many words as they possibly can. Okay, let's go back to my original. Did you see the 9-letter word? There we are. It's not actually Christmas at the moment, but there's your 9-letter word. So that's how you make an anagram activity for your student using IDroo. I'll show you the rest of the tools now, the ones over on the right hand side of the screen. As you can see, there are 5 buttons. We've got the sharing button, chat, documents, images and settings. Now the sharing button is really important because this is the link that you can give your student so that they can join the whiteboard. So you simply right click on the link, go to copy, and then you can paste that link into Skype or whichever chat software that you happen to be using. When they join the board, this gives the permissions for the user. So normally I have this as can edit so that they can move things around the whiteboard, but you might just want them to be able to view and not interact with the material on the whiteboard. So that would be the can view permission. No access, I never use this. And once your student has joined, their name appears down here. Let's look at the chat. Simple, it's just a simple chat box, but if you're going to be using Skype, you probably wouldn't want to use this. Next to that you have the documents button. Now this allows you to upload documents like PDFs. Here are some that I've previously uploaded to IDroo. Let's do one now. So you click on upload document, and here we've got a PDF for a word search about sport. So I'll upload that, and there you are. It's a 2-page PDF, but I only want to give the student the first page because the answers are on page 2. So here's the word search. Okay. Similarly, you can do the same with images. So again, these are JPEG images or PNG images that I've uploaded previously, but let's just upload another one now. Okay, so we'll need to go to, so here are some pictures. Let's upload that, and I can drag that onto the whiteboard, and there we are. You can make the
pictures and the documents smaller and move them around like so. One other thing that's very useful is if you right click on the images or the documents, you do have some more options. So you can, this is a very useful one, lock to background means you can now no longer move it. At the moment I can move it, but if I right click, lock to background, now I can't, it's fixed. And the final button is the settings button, which is simply the background. As you can see, this is overlapping, so let's unlock it, move it out of the way, and lock it back. Okay. If you want to get rid of the settings and the chat boxes on the right hand side, simply click on the button again and you've got more of a whiteboard to work on. So there you are, some more of the basic tools of IDroo. So in this video I'm going to show you the basic tools of IDroo. I'll create a new board first of all. Just loading up, and there we are. So this is your empty basic whiteboard, and at the top of the screen you've got the main tools that you're going to need to use with your students. This is the pointer tool. I'll come back to this in a moment. First of all, let's look at the freehand tool, which basically allows you to draw anything on the screen, shapes, letters. You can change the size of the stroke and the colour. And you can even add a fill colour. So that's the freehand tool. You can also add lines onto the whiteboard. And again, you can change the colour and the size of the stroke. You can draw rectangles. You can change the fill colour of the rectangle or get rid of it completely. And you can change the colour of the border and make it bigger. You can also draw circles and ellipses like that. And one of the most important tools is the text tool. So you just click on the screen and then you can type like that. You can make the text larger and you can change the font. You can also change the colour of the text, and you can also change the size and the colour of the border, or just get rid of the border completely like that. Now, also at the top of the screen is the eraser tool. So if I click on that, you basically delete complete objects, not parts of objects. Now let's go back to the pointer tool. This allows you to move things around the screen. Very useful. There you go. You can also group objects and move them around together. Over here, very useful is the undo button and the redo button. Now these allow you to undo and redo any actions that you've made to the whiteboard. At your student's end, the undo and the redo button will allow them to undo and redo anything that they've added to the whiteboard. And over here you've got the hand tool, which allows you to move around the whiteboard. Now in theory, I've never tried this out, but in theory the whiteboard goes on forever. It's an endless whiteboard, so you can move around the screen quite easily. Let's just add a name for the board. I'll call it test. There we go. Now if I go back to the IDroo screen, the main IDroo screen, by clicking on IDroo, you'll see my test is over here. Okay, so that's the main tools of IDroo.
So in the last lecture I showed you about using Skype and Google Hangouts, and of course in those applications you can do screen sharing with your students, so you're able to show things that are on your screen to your student, things like web pages, images, slideshows, even videos. But of course all a student can actually do is look at those things on your screen. If you want to take things a step further, consider using an online whiteboard. Now with an online whiteboard, what you can do is you and your student can interact with the same material at exactly the same time, in real time, even though you're on different computers. And I'm going to show you a couple of different online whiteboards. First of all, IDroo, which is one I use. And this is the IDroo dashboard. And on the dashboard, you can see some of the recent boards that I've used, and also the boards that I've made. And at the bottom, I've got 3 of my own boards. You can have on the free IDroo account up to 10 whiteboards of your own. And if you've reached 10, what I normally do is I just delete ones that I don't need. So I'm going to take you into one of the whiteboards that I have set up just to show you how this works. And I'll go up to the top, I'll click on the hand tool here and move up to the top of the screen and show you some of the tools here. Now on the right hand side, you've got all the different controls. So over here, you can insert images. You can drag images from the right hand side of the screen onto your whiteboard like this. You can also add in, drag in images from your own file manager on your computer. And you can move them around. You can even delete them as well. You can also add in pages from documents. So over here, I've got some documents that I've previously uploaded, PDFs, and you can drag in individual pages from a PDF, just like this. And again, you can move it around like so. You can also add in text. You can click on the ABC tool, click on that, you can make the text bigger, and type in some text there. And you can change the colour of the text like that, and even the background too. Or the border. The background is over here, there we are. So you can do some nice little things with text and move it around, which opens up some great opportunities for doing some different types of activities with your students. So if I click on the hand tool and move down, here are some activities that you could do. Here we've got an activity where your student needs to match some words with definitions. So you've got here to write a letter, to ask for a job. Okay, that's apply for a job, isn't it? Someone who works in a company is an employee, and so on. Another activity you can do similar to this is match words and pictures. I can make the screen a little bit bigger by clicking on the tab on the right just to close that. And again, here you can ask your student to match words and pictures, just like so. Jug. Another great activity that I like to do is to take a text and break it up into different chunks and ask your student to put the text back together again. Now on the screen here is a text which I've taken from the BBC News website. Let me just show you the article here. It's about the end of China's one-child policy. This is from the BBC News magazine, and here you've got the text. All I've done is just highlighted chunks of text. I've copied it, and I've gone into IDroo and created a text box on the screen. And I've just pasted the text into the text box there. And again, I can change the colour. You can also change the size of the box and move it about. So on the screen here, you can see chunks of text which I've taken from that website. And the student's task is to read through these chunks and try and put the text back in the correct order. It's what's known as a text reconstruction activity. And so one good idea actually is to help the student. You might want to tell them what the first chunk of text is. To limit the birth, limit the birth, or limit the birth rate. Amid concerns, what difference has it made, statistically speaking? So that's a great activity that you can do on an online whiteboard. And of course, you can see this happening in real time as the student works. To enable your student to access a whiteboard that you've made, you've got over here the sharing tab, which I'll just click on there. And you can click on the link and right click and copy, and you can send that link to your student either through Skype or through email. Just make sure that the permissions are set for can edit. If they're set as can view, then they can't actually move things around. Another online whiteboard is at twiddler.com, and to start a new meeting here, you just click on the Go icon. Both Twiddler and IDroo, incidentally, are totally free. They do have premium accounts as well, but the features that you get in the premium accounts I never need to use anyway, so I just stick to the free accounts, which is fine for my purposes. So here's Twiddler, here's the whiteboard. Just like IDroo, you can draw things, erase things, draw shapes, draw text. You've also got a web page button. You can add in a whole web page to your Twiddler whiteboard. If I click on the web page icon here, I can paste in a website address and click on open. And this is actually the same website as you saw earlier about China's one-child policy ending. And you've got the text here, just taken from the website. This is a great thing to have on a whiteboard because you can draw on it. You can underline things, you can underline keywords, important words, you can circle important words. So you can draw your students' attention to different types of language in a website, in a text. Twiddler has also got, on the right-hand side over here, an audio button. Now, I've never actually used this, but it is possible to use Twiddler to have audio conversations too. So you don't even need to use things like Skype when you're using Twiddler. So there you have it. Twiddler and IDroo, two very good, very useful online whiteboards that you can use to really liven up your lessons and bring in some interactive activities into your lessons. Once you've got a communication device hooked up to the internet with a way to hear and be heard by your student, all you need now is a way to talk to them. So in this lecture, I'm going to talk you through some of the best communication software for teaching online. I'll start with the most popular of these, Skype, and then look at its main features before looking briefly at two alternatives, Google Hangouts and Zoom. So first of all, Skype. Well, Skype lets you make video, audio and text conversations over the internet for free. It's easy to use, it's been around for a long time, and so therefore it's widely used and widely accepted. If you tell your student on the other side of the world to install Skype, they'll almost certainly know what you're talking about. And I found it to be more than reliable enough, so it can be your first port of call when communicating online. All you need to do is go to skype.com to download and install the Skype software, and then you set up a Skype account. You can install Skype for desktop on Windows, Mac and Linux computers, and you can also install slimmed down versions of Skype for smartphones and tablet computers by going to your device's app store. Your students need to do the same, of course, and then you're both ready to start. To contact your students, you'll need to know their Skype usernames, and then you click, or if you're using a tablet or phone, tap on Contacts or Add People, and you can add each student to your Skype contact list. And when it's lesson time, you simply click on their name and choose whether you want a video or an audio conversation. The only time I don't use video, by the way, is if the connection gets really slow. And sometimes you might find the audio and video start to break up on Skype. And if that happens, all I do is I simply turn off the video by clicking or tapping on the video camera icon. That means that all the bandwidth I've got is available for audio, and that usually fixes any communication problems. One useful feature that Skype has is that it lets you send files to other users, meaning that you can send worksheets, images, and sound files to your student as part of your lesson. However, I personally have found that sending files over Skype can be quite slow. It can take several minutes sometimes for your student to receive the file, which can completely disrupt the flow of your lesson. So one solution to that is simply to email any materials to your student before the lesson, which they can either print out or view themselves on their own computer screen. Or another solution is to put the file on a file sharing site on the internet and send your student a link to the file. Now, I use Google Drive for this, so I might upload a file to Google Drive. Google Drive gives me a link to the file, which I then copy and paste into Skype's text conversation box so that the student can then access the file. If the file is already on the internet, maybe on a website, for example, then you can simply send your student a link to that. And this way, you don't need to waste time sending your student anything. Your student simply looks at the file on their own computer. An alternative, though, to sharing files on the internet is to share the contents of your screen with your student. And this can be done using Skype's screen sharing feature. In a nutshell, screen sharing lets you show your student anything that's on your own computer screen. This might be a photo, a PowerPoint slideshow, some sentences in a Word document perhaps, a worksheet, a page scanned in from a course book or a website. For example, you could put together some materials for a lesson on PowerPoint and then you share your screen with the slideshow on it with your student. To enable screen sharing on Skype, then once you're in a conversation with your student, you click the plus icon at the bottom of the conversation window and you click Share Screen. You'll then have the choice of sharing either your entire screen or a specific window on your screen. And then you click Start. Bear in mind that screen sharing is only actually available on the Mac and PC versions of Skype. It's not something you can do, at least not at the moment, on tablet computers or smartphone versions of Skype. There is an alternative to screen sharing though, and that's to upload your images or your documents to an online whiteboard. If you want to know more about that, then check out the next lecture for more about how to do that. Google Hangouts is one of the main rivals to Skype. Just as with Skype, Google Hangouts lets you make video, audio, and text conversations. One significant difference, though, between Skype and Google Hangouts is that Google Hangouts is web-based, which means you don't need to install anything on your computer. All you need is a Google account and a web browser. Because it's made by Google, Google Hangouts is very closely integrated with other Google-run tools, including Google Drive, Google Docs, Google Pages, and YouTube. You can also integrate Google Apps into your Hangout session, including Google Sketchpad, which is an app that can be used as a whiteboard to show materials or notes to your student. Another excellent communication tool, one I've recently discovered in fact, is called Zoom. Now, like Google Hangouts, Zoom is web-based, although you can also install plugins for your browser to make it easier to use. Like Skype and Google Hangouts, you can share your screen with your student, but with one big difference. You can actually write things on the shared screen, and so can your student, meaning both of you can do neat little things like underline words and circle correct answers. Zoom also has another wonderful feature. It can work out somehow how fast your internet connection is, and from that information, adjust the amount of bandwidth it takes up. So if you're on a slow internet connection, such as a mobile network or a congested Wi-Fi network in a coffee shop, Zoom will actually take account of this. So you're less likely to get the kind of problems you can get with Skype. Personally, I think Zoom is the best communication tool out there. So while it might be easier for you to get your student on Skype initially, I would try to move them and you onto Zoom. Zoom's got both free and paid accounts, but the free account is more than enough for online teaching. There are more tools out there. Another tool worth checking out is called WizIQ, and that's a video conferencing tool designed specifically for teachers and learners in mind, and that includes an online whiteboard. Personally, I found WizIQ a little bit difficult to get my head around. It had too many tools for my particular needs, but for you it might be worth checking out. FaceTime is also worth exploring if your student and yourself has an Apple device. So there you have it. Google Hangouts, Skype, Zoom, great communication software that's available for free, of course, for the online English teacher. In this lecture, I'm going to go through the basic tools that you will need to teach English online successfully. The great thing is that you might find that you've already got everything you need to get started, and you certainly have the first and most important of those tools, which is you, the teacher. Never forget this. You are the language model for your student. You are the communicative partner for your student. You're the one who gives feedback to your student. You're the one who crafts the lesson so that your student has opportunities to learn new language and to use it. So everything else in this lecture, and in fact all the ideas in this course, are simply there to support you. Secondly, you need a device that lets you communicate with your student. Now this doesn't just need to be a desktop computer or a laptop. It could be a tablet computer or even a smartphone. In fact, a standard phone or smartphone might be enough. I know English teachers who just use their phone to carry out lessons. For example, a woman in Bangkok I know who phones up her student a couple of times a week while he's travelling home from work on the bus. And if all you plan to do is offer conversational practice with people locally, then a phone is really all you need. And if you want to do the same with anyone in the world, then all you really need is a smartphone with an internet connection. I personally used to use a desktop computer to do all my online teaching, but now I've got a laptop, which means I don't have to do my lessons from home. I can also teach if I'm taking a holiday somewhere, or if I want to teach from a coffee shop, assuming it's got a good internet connection though. More about that later. I can also put all of my materials on my laptop or access them via the internet, so in effect, my laptop is my school. It's my classroom, it's my library of materials, it's my desk, and I can fit it all into a small bag. Whatever device you do choose, it doesn't need to be top of the range, high specification model. It just needs to be something fast enough to run some communication software. So many cheap or second-hand computers are ideal for setting yourself up as an online English teacher. Thirdly, you'll need a good microphone and probably a webcam as well. If you're using a desktop computer, you'll probably need to get an external microphone that you can plug into the computer, or perhaps a webcam fitted with a microphone. Pretty much all notebook computers, tablets and smartphones come with a camera or a webcam and a microphone built in. Sometimes the video and audio quality of these aren't great though, especially on cheaper notebooks, so you might want to consider buying an external microphone and webcam. It's essential your student can hear you clearly. I use an external webcam with my laptop, and the audio quality of the microphone fit to the webcam is very good indeed. One important thing to bear in mind is that microphones built into laptops, tablets, phones and webcams will tend to pick up not only your voice but any other noise coming from the environment around you. Now, this isn't usually a problem if you're teaching from home or a quiet hotel room or another quiet place, but if you're in a noisy coffee shop or next to a busy road, your microphone will pick up that noise as well as your voice, which might cause problems communicating with your student. So bear that in mind as well. Incidentally, using a webcam isn't an absolute must. Many online English teachers don't use webcams at all. They just have audio conversations with their students. And they say that this helps the student concentrate more on listening, because video can sometimes be a distraction, especially if it doesn't work properly. Audio-only conversations have the advantage of taking up a lot less space of your internet bandwidth. Personally, though, I prefer to use video because it makes the communication feel a little bit more personal. And I can also use body language and gestures to communicate with my students, which is especially useful with lower level students. I can also see if they're confused or, perish the thought, bored. Fourthly, a headset. Now, headsets are a really useful addition to your toolkit. You can, of course, just use speakers to listen to your student, but speakers often cause problems such as feedback. If you're listening to your student through speakers, their voice can also be picked up by your microphone, meaning the student gets to hear themselves speaking at the same time as they're trying to speak, which is a recipe for confusion. A headset will often have a microphone attached, but beware of cheap headsets. I know this to my cost. Microphones on cheap headsets are often really poor quality, with wiring that can often snap easily when you move the microphone. So if you're going to get a headset, it's better to invest in one that's a little bit more expensive, good quality. Or you can do what I do. I use the microphone built into my webcam, but I also use those cheap earphones that come with my phone. I just plug those into the computer, so there's no chance of any feedback coming through the microphone as well. Number 5 on my essential list, you need to have a reliable internet connection. Unless you're just making local phone calls, you'll need an internet connection. Both you and your student need to have a reliable internet connection to use communication software effectively. Note, though, that I say reliable. It doesn't necessarily need to be lightning fast internet. If you're just having an audio conversation, Skype only requires a connection speed of 100 kilobits per second and a speed of between 300 and 500 kilobits per second for a video conversation. Now, these speeds are well within the range offered by most internet service provider packages, certainly those in developed countries. Bear in mind, though, that these figures refer to both download and upload speeds. The live video and audio of you is being uploaded to your student, while at the same time you are downloading your student's live video and audio. So this means your upload speeds need to be fast enough to cope. And upload speeds are often much slower than download speeds, often 10 times slower than download speeds. So for example, if your internet service provider says you're getting a connection speed of 3 megabits per second, this is likely to be the download speed only. Your upload speed might only be 300 kilobits per second, 1/10 of your download speed, which is round about the minimum speed for a video conversation using a standard webcam. However, if you're going to use an HD webcam, while it might look good, you're going to need a much faster, much bigger bandwidth. Skype recommends a connection speed of 1.5 megabits per second for an HD webcam. Remember that this means your upload speeds need to be 1.5 megabits per second, meaning your download speed might have to be as high as 15 megabits per second, depending of course on your package with your ISP. Now, while HD webcams produce beautiful video, this is only the case if your internet connection and that of your student is fast enough to cope with the extra data sent by an HD webcam. So remember that not only you have to have 15 megabits per second on your upload side, but your student is going to need a download speed of 15 megabits per second if you're using an HD webcam. I know this to my own cost. I used to have problems when using an HD webcam when I was staying in hotel rooms around Thailand when I first came to Thailand. And hotels can be notorious for having slow internet speeds. But the solution was simple. I just unplugged the HD webcam from my laptop and I used the laptop's cheap inbuilt webcam instead. Now, while the video quality wasn't as good, the internet connection could now cope with the data being sent by the webcam. So you need to be aware of your upload and download speeds. Incidentally, the connection speed your ISP claims to have given you is often not the speed you'll really be getting. If you're using Wi-Fi, it can often be much slower. And if you're using Wi-Fi in a public place like a hotel or a cafe, it can be really slow depending on how many other people are using the Wi-Fi and what they're doing with it. In any case, the speeds can vary, so it's best to check your internet connection speed yourself. There's one very good website, speedtest.net, that you can use to check your internet speed. It might be possible also to use your mobile network, 3G, and in an increasing number of places, 4G cellular networks might be possible, might be useful for doing online lessons. 3G mobile networks are supposed to mean you can get a minimum of 2 megabits per second when you're not moving, which should be enough for an even HD webcam, but again remember that the speed of a mobile network depends, as with public Wi-Fi hotspots, on how many people around you are using it. If you live in a city with 4G networks, you can expect much faster speeds, in theory up to 1 gigabit per second, but I never get that with my 4G connection in Bangkok. I tend to get speeds of around 30 megabits per second download and about 18 megabits per second upload with my 4G connection. I've actually used 3G connections to do online lessons, but it can be hit and miss.
So there you have it, the essential 5. A communication device, a microphone and a webcam, a headset, reliable internet, but most of all, you.
Welcome to your new course, How to Teach English Online, and thank you for joining. I've written this course to help you develop the skills and knowledge and the confidence to start your career as an online English teacher to highly motivated students from all over the world. My name is Charles Cornelius. I'm an English language teacher and teacher trainer with a master's degree in education. I've been teaching now for over 20 years all over the world, both for international schools and for private language learning schools, including the British Council. I've trained teachers in language learning techniques. I'd love to do the same for you. Now, I used to teach 5 days a week, sometimes up to 10 hours a day when I was a classroom teacher, and it used to leave me absolutely exhausted. And I put those days behind me when I started to teach English online, something I started about 10 years ago. And I love the freedom it gives me. And the ability it gives me to make a real difference to students' lives. In this course, I'm going to take you through the steps you need to take in order to start teaching English online. By the end of the course, you'll be able to teach high quality, high value English language lessons and courses to high paying students from all over the world. You'll be able to find students using a variety of methods, and you'll also know how to go about getting yourself noticed using social media. And you will also be able to make decisions, informed decisions, about what to teach, including offering highly specialized courses, ones that offer incredible value to students and which make your life much easier and your students' learning much more effective. But I'll begin by taking you through the basic toolkit that you'll need, from device and internet speeds through to communication tools and online whiteboards. That's all in section 1 of the course, and in section 2 I'll take you through the crucial question of deciding what to teach. And it's something I recommend you do before even thinking about getting students. Decide what to teach first and then find students to teach that to. And I'll explain why teaching highly specialized types of English is such a great idea, something I outline in the lecture called Niche English. This could, for example, be exam preparation. And I've also included a lecture on that too. In section 3 of the course, I'll explain some ways of finding students. We'll look at word of mouth and using your own personal and professional networks. And then also we'll look at social media and online marketplaces and also online schools. I've also included a lecture giving you the basics of using social media marketing to find students. Section 4 is all about getting paid, what to charge, good practices to follow, and payment methods. And in section 5, you'll learn how the benefits of location independence as an online English teacher can be used to your advantage. In section 6 and beyond, you can find lots of lectures, lots of information about how to teach and how to design lessons. It starts off with a lecture on finding out as much as you can about your students. Then I've got some lectures on how to teach reading, writing, speaking, listening, grammar, and also exam preparation. There are also lots of extra materials in the downloadable resources section, including helpful documents and links to some of the best websites out there that you can use to help you find tools and resources for your online teaching lessons. So there's a lot in the course. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you find it really useful in setting up your career as an online English teacher. If you have a moment later in the course, please leave a review, as this will help other students find the course and help them to decide if this course is for them. So I'll see you in the next lecture.